Hey. Sorry, guys. Can I get a thumbs up if the broadcast is up? Okay. All right, good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning. It's lovely to see you all in the room. I'm wondering, is this everyone's first in-person event for the year? Yes, welcome. Isn't this fabulous? And I'm hoping for the people online that this is not your first event for the year, but we're so glad that you were able to join us today. My name is Ntigi Mkize. I'm the founder of Mentor, and I will be our MC for today. I'm really glad to be part of this conversation because I'm hoping, like the entrepreneurs we're going to see today, I started my entrepreneurial journey at university, and I've always known that that's the space I wanted to go into. So years later, for me, it's always wonderful to be in spaces where entrepreneurs are being supported and encouraged to take on that journey. I wanted to start by sharing this quote with you, which says, "Youths are the hope of today and the joy of tomorrow." And so as we think about how we support young people across South African universities to innovate, to solve social problems, and to create businesses, I hope that we're thinking about empowering these young people as our future, right? Because they will go on to make the difference. So this is the British Council Innovation for African Universities Showcase. And I'm sure as you're engaging outside, you've seen some of the stands at the different universities and the wonderful work that our network partners are doing. And the invitation throughout the day is to please visit them, talk to them, find out what they're doing. And we'll be sure to share that with you online as well. But I want you to say, hey, I'm in this ecosystem. I know what your struggle is. I know what you're going through, and I'm committed to helping you on that journey. And so each of you in this room here today, you come from different spaces. So we're asking, take your plug points, take your connection points, take what you know, take what you're able to do, and go plug in with the stands and say, hey, we can see where you're wanting to go. Our commitment is to support you in this way. So I want to take you on a little journey with me, right? So if I say to you, imagine the year 2050, I'm not sure what's the first thing that comes to mind. If I think flying cars, yeah. I don't know if we'll be there by 2050. I don't want to highlight our electricity issues, but, those cars should be able to fly off the grid or something, But I think back to the old movies and what they said the year 2000 was going to be in 2012 and 2022. And then we got here and I was like, it's still basic. It's still the same, right? But one thing I hope is not the same in the year 2050 is the state that our youth finds itself in. The projected numbers are that by the year 2050, there'll be 830 million youths in Africa. That is 4 times the number that we have today. If you look at the stats across the African continent, we have a huge and continuously growing youth population. And the challenge that faces our youth is, we see this in the news all the time, high unemployment, low skills, no access, economies that are unable to create those opportunities. And so when we come together in this room today, what we are saying is that we want the year 2050 to look different for our young people. And not only that, we are recognizing our young people in partnership and supported by our universities at the forefront. And that's the theme for today. We are exploring South African universities at the forefront of innovation and entrepreneurship. That if we're sending students to universities, then surely they should emerge with those entrepreneurial skills. And hopefully that becomes a thing where we kind of look at the stats and they don't seem as grim, and we go, okay, cool, we can change the status quo, and we still have time. There's still time on the clock, and we can get it done. And I really enjoy this program because this was an initiative by the British Council. So them looking at the stats said, we want to develop an ecosystem where we can support African universities in partnership with UK universities and partnerships in that space, and to create a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship to develop skills and build institutional capacity. So that's what we're going to see today, and we're also going to ask you for your contribution. That when you listen to our network partners throughout the day, that you say, hey, I think you guys can do this better, or is anybody thinking about this, or has anybody explored this? It's an open invitation. We are here co-creating and collaborating together. And obviously, everyone at home, you have the opportunity to do so as well. So as you're all taking pictures, if you hear any incredible quotes, please tweet us, okay? Utilize your social media. Our handle is at ZA British Council. And our hashtag is the one you'll see on the screen behind me, Unite to Grow, and also hashtag IAU Dissemination. So hashtag IAU Dissemination and hashtag Unite to Grow. So any quotes, any gems, any bars, any questions, any contributions. Please, we want people online to know that we're doing things are happening, you know? And maybe a little bit of FOMO, like maybe for the people who didn't come, they must be like, ish, why didn't I respond to that invitation, right? So let us create that culture today. And what you're going to see from our various network partners is each of them have been working on this project for the past year. So for me, I was quite surprised looking at the projects, how much, in addition to the work that they do as universities, they were able to accomplish in these projects. And we're going to see innovation supporting disability, design, social enterprise and incubation, accelerator programs, embedding enterprise education into the curriculum, programs on innovation in agriculture, in agri-entrepreneurship, in the digital economy, as well as carbon literacy. So our universities are busy, they're doing exciting stuff, and they're doing groundbreaking work, and I'm excited to hear about all of that. So before we get into our program, I just want to let you know a few things. If you haven't registered, or when you came in, if you went past the registration desk and went straight to tea and coffee, it's fine, you're most welcome, okay? But please go back to the registration desk and make sure you fill out the register. There's also a separate piece of paper which is just a disclaimer to say, if they'll post, they'll go Instagram, you're not going to go, that's my image, it's my IP, okay? So please give us permission to share your image if you are comfortable with it. I mean, you'll see Shares, she's in the green top over there, and Antonia is in an orange top, but she's not in here. They are the ladies that are helping us, so please go to them and make sure you've signed what needs to be signed. And then just a note on food in here. This is a no food zone. And then if you're looking for the restrooms, to my right, your left, is the ladies, and to my left, your right is the gents. And if any of you are still about smoking, you know, let those New Year's resolutions take hold, right? Let it be a new way of being. But we can accommodate you, and that is in the parking lot. Cool. So I would like to welcome our first speaker, just to give us our welcome address. It's George Barrett. She is the British Council South Africa Country Director. Before joining the British Council, George was at the British High Commission in Pretoria, serving as the Global Trade Program Manager for Southern Africa. And prior to that, she was head for trade programming in Southern Africa, and she was also a university lecturer at Rhodes University. So she understands the position our entrepreneurs and universities find themselves in. So please give George Barrett a wonderful round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's wonderful to be here, and I'm really delighted to be meeting you all. This is my first outing as the new country director, so a little bit nervous as well, but thank you. It's exciting to be able to, for the first outing, to be in the space of higher education and entrepreneurial skills development. As the MC has said, that this is an area that I'm quite passionate about as well as an individual, so I'm excited to see the showcase myself. I'd like to give a warm welcome to all of you. Thank you for making the time today to be here with us and to take the time to reflect on what we've achieved through the IAU programme with our partners so far, and to think about what we might achieve in the second phase, hopefully, that we can explore in the future. I'd also like to extend a special welcome, of course, to our network partners, the University of Johannesburg, of Witwatersrand, KZN, the Mangosuthu University of Technology, the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, the University of the Free State, Stellenbosch University, who I believe aren't here today, but we still welcome them and thank them in spirit, the Central University of Technology, and the Durban University of Technology. We're really excited to see the work that you've done with partners in the UK and with, of course, industry partners in South Africa. And it's already been mentioned that the variety of kind of challenges and problem areas that you've been working on together over the last 18 months. So we're really delighted to look at and to see the showcase of the 9 programs that have been operative in South Africa. I'd also like to extend a sincere thank you to Mr. Richard Koch, who's the stakeholder manager at the Universities of South Africa Entrepreneurship Development in Higher Education Programme. I got a mouthful, but I think I got there. Thank you very much, and thank you for working with us on this. So I won't keep you for very long because we've already established and you all know why you're here and what the value of this event is. But I would like to just speak momentarily to the kind of broader work that the British Council does. As I'm sure you are aware, we are the UK's cultural engagement, education and language organisation. We are there to foster greater understanding and deeper relationships with other countries around the world and have better mutual understanding through those engagements. And you've seen, or you will see through this showcase, the variety and the innovation in which we seek in those collaborations and partnerships. So I really hope that you do enjoy the showcase. We are really proud of the projects that we've achieved, and as I've alluded, sorry, moving away from the mic, we are really proud of the projects that we have achieved so far under the IAU Partnerships Programme, and we believe there's still so much more to do. So I'm really grateful for you to all being here, and going back onto the point that you made earlier about really challenge what we've done. Challenge us to do better, challenge us to think differently, to be more creative, to be further, to be more innovative, even more so than we have been in the project so far, because we all are seeking to improve the employability and employment opportunities for South African youth. And I think them being at the forefront of driving that agenda is obviously critical. I would also like to encourage you as well, whilst the projects are ending and we're showcasing the first kind of phase, I'd really encourage you to think about how we can keep the partnerships and the innovations sustained and continue moving forward. So use this opportunity, please, especially the networking opportunities, to continue to build those relationships and create new opportunities in this space. I wish the partners for the showcase today a great deal of success. I hope that it goes well and that you get everything out of the event that you hope to and wish for. And we look forward to working with you all in the future too. So before I hand over, I'd like to just give some thank yous. Thank you to the CSIR for hosting us. Thank you to the team at the British Council and our partners for the organisation of the event. And sincere thank you also to the panellists who are going to be speaking later. And so that's to Mr. Risuna Maluleka, the CEO for Young African Entrepreneurs Institute at the University of the Witwatersrand. Mr. Jesse Naidu from the CEO of Clothes to Good. Ms. Pelesa Nkomo, a development economist. And Mr. Shitso Mosolodi, African Director for Snake Nation. And please forgive me if I have not pronounced your names quite correctly. I hope that I've done them justice, though. So thank you very much for having us. Thank you for joining us today, and really just enjoy the rest of it and the showcase and be inspired by the innovations that you see. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to George Barrett. Could we please give her another wonderful round of applause? And just a note, as does happen with these things, and crises and so forth do happen, we did have one of our panelists unfortunately have to step out, so Ms. Pelesa Nkomo won't be joining us anymore, but Dr. Tia van der Westhuizen has been ever so kind to join that panel later on this afternoon, so she'll be replacing Pelesa Nkomo. So our next speaker joining us is from the Entrepreneurship Development in Higher Education. So if you've seen them online, they are just simply EDHE. And he's a national stakeholder manager there. But prior to that, he was with the Small Enterprise Development Agency and served as acting senior manager for incubation. And prior to that, manager for incubation at the national office, and started there as a project specialist. He's also an entrepreneurship lecturer at UNISA. So it's always wonderful to have people who are in the space to talk about what's happening in the space. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Ricard Kok.
Thank you for that introduction, Siki. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A particular word of thanks to the British Council, Ms. George Barrett, Country Director, for this wonderful opportunity to come and speak to our colleagues within the university ecosystem. It's always a pleasure working with the British Council. You are really one of our valued partners, and we look forward to building that relationship this year. Let me just quickly get my clicker. Okay. So, ladies and gents, what I'm going to do as a keynote for today is really, building on the theme of today, look at the work of Eddie. Now, let's see. Okay, so to tell you a little bit more about entrepreneurship development in higher education, the program was initiated in 2016 without any funds, and then in 2018 received the first round of funding for EDI Phase 1. We are currently in the second phase, which will conclude towards the end of the financial year. And let's look at the intended objectives of EDI. Now, EDI basically has three different levels of engagement. First, we look at our students, so we want to equip every student for economic participation. And then we look at supporting our academia, especially when it comes to entrepreneurship learning and teaching and entrepreneurship research. Then we also have a look at the university as a holistic ecosystem, as an innovative ecosystem, which includes relevant policy development and other initiatives. Okay, year on year, EDI adopts a different theme. Last year, we had a strong focus on the commercialization of research, how we can really even look at our social sciences and commercialize research in that field. Also, on the student trajectory, how can we mobilize our students to take their products and their services to market? Now, our theme for 2023 strongly relates to what we are here to discuss today. Innovation in our universities. Why should our universities be innovative? I think that universities can play a pivotal role in promoting the innovation on our African continent. They serve as centers for research and development, and they aim to support our African entrepreneurs and business leaders of tomorrow. Innovation and breakthroughs could also have a potential significant impact, a positive impact on our society. So the EDI theme for this year is focused on social innovation for societal impact, #innovation for impact. During the year, we will delve deeper into how social innovation improves the well-being of individuals, the higher education ecosystem, and the broader community. So you can follow us on social media, but I will show you the handles a little bit later on. Okay, so what exactly does EDI do? To properly explain this to you, I'm going to show you a diagram, which looks a little bit complicated, but I'm going to break it down into more digestible pieces. Okay, so firstly, to explain this, EDI has two mechanisms that we employ to deliver the work and to advance entrepreneurship within our universities. EDI is really about, stemming from humble beginnings, from starting a movement to building a community. Okay? It's a lot about building communities within our universities. That being said, I think, and we are lucky to have our community of practice for entrepreneurship learning and teaching with us, Dr. Tia van Westhuizen. Initially, we had 3 communities of practice, which have now branched out to 6. We more recently launched the CIP for Entrepreneurial Alumni at the EDI Legotla last year. And each one of these specific communities of practice link to the EDI objectives and the different levels of engagement in our model. So you will see that we have a CIP for entrepreneurial universities that look at the holistic ecosystem, entrepreneurship learning and teaching, looking at the pedagogy of entrepreneurship as a social science, entrepreneurship research, a CIP for student entrepreneurship, which mainly consists of student support professionals, the support programs within the universities, student coordinators, career officers play a big role in that particular CIP. And then we have the student entrepreneurs CIP, which is constituted out of students from each one of the residential universities in South Africa, 1 per university, and this is really where we listen to the student voices. Okay, moving on to our next structure. So recent studies in collaboration that we had, I think, in 2019 and 2021, if I speak under correction. The first one being the National University Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Baseline Report, and then the UNICA Study for Advancing Entrepreneurial Universities in South Africa. So what became quite evident from these 2 studies is that there is a need to integrate the effort structures and the resources within universities when it comes to entrepreneurship development. I think if we put all of our resources together within the university, that we can have a greater impact. So this is basically what we envision, the economic activation offices. So to plainly explain what we envision with the economic activation office is to envision a central point within the university ecosystem, which is connected to everything and everyone that has a stake in entrepreneurship development within the university. What we want the specific economic activation officers to achieve is the following: to support the alignment between the university leadership, faculty support staff, and to advance entrepreneurship within the ecosystem. The EAO should also work closely with the Technology Transfer Office, business incubators, centers for entrepreneurship, and other existing entities within the university, and facilitate and coordinate support. I think the crucial role that these economic activation officers are going to play is one of advocacy and really sharing of information. Many times we see that our students are unaware of all the opportunities that are actually afforded to them. So I think building that awareness is going to be crucial. If I just quickly go back to the diagram. So basically you will see that as a central nervous system point there, that it has a direct link to the university leadership, faculty and support professionals, and then to the students. Something that we want to see through the economic activation offices is that there's a type of ripple effect with our communities of practice. We have the national communities of practice, but we want to replicate those throughout our universities to have institutional communities of practice as well, that will in turn create a pipeline into the national communities of practice. We are also very proud to have Standard Bank on board for the economic activation offices. The initiative is currently in the pilot phase. We have 10 universities on board, and soon we will circulate an expression of interest, a submission that another additional 6 universities can submit proposals that we will roll out for this year. So if you are interested, come and find me. So then I will move to maybe a little bit more exciting part, is really the projects and the research that we are involved in. So I think that many of the colleagues here present today might have attended some of our events. The first one being our Eddie Kickoff event. This year our Eddie Kickoff event will take place, I think, from the 21st of February. So this is really where we invite the academics and the support professionals, really the staff of the universities, to come together and around the theme for this year, social innovation for societal impact. Last year, with the focus on #Move to Market and the commercialization of research in collaboration with the British Council and Accenture, was a wonderful initiative. We had a total number of 184 participants from 25 universities across the country. So if you are interested in this year's Eddie Kickoff event, please go to our website. The registrations are open. And we will be partnering with the Swiss Embassy and the Swiss and African Science and Business Innovators Forum, which had their first conference, I think, in Kigali last year. So we are partnering for the second iteration of that conference for this year. Then, our executive leadership workshop. This is really where we want to advocate amongst the leaders within our universities. We have seen that if we want to properly advance entrepreneurship within our universities, that there's no clear set way. There's no bottom-up or top-down approach that you must follow. So it's really important that we garner the support of our leaders within our universities. This year, we will also open it up to deans of faculty to attend. Then our flagship for the year, the Eddie Lekgotla. Last year we hosted the Lekgotla in partnership with Nelson Mandela University. A wonderful event. And this is really, we gather all the different stakeholders into the room. And we have dedicated sessions aligned to the different communities of practice, looking at the entrepreneurial university, learning and teaching, research, new innovations, And we also want to showcase certain new innovations within the ecosystem. We have adopted a type of action-focused framework approach to our Lekgotla. So we have a showcase, a think tank, and a launch pad to follow a certain type of trajectory in our program where we launch new initiatives as well. Last year, we had just over 1,000 people in attendance over the course of 4 days, which is, I think, no small achievement, and with a great virtual contingent as well. Following the Lekgotla, we have our student entrepreneurs in Durban. Last year, I think the student entrepreneurs in Durban was only 1 year. This year, we want to actually build it out to 2 days. And this is really dedicated to the students. Last year focused on developing leadership skills amongst the youth to become the future leaders of tomorrow. It was really, truly a wonderful event, and we had 269 in-person attendees. Then also, across all the campuses in South Africa, we support Student Entrepreneurship Week. In line with the annual theme, each one of the universities are responsible for creating a program which they then create in collaboration with their students. Then very exciting, our Eddie Entrepreneurship InterVarsity, which is really a competition for young innovators and entrepreneurs across the country. The initiative has actually just grown from strength to strength. Last year we had 3,475 registrations. And then, and our winner from University of Cape Town, Mr. Matimba Mabona from Low Green Technologies. Now, interesting about the InterVarsity is that the students compete in 4 different categories, from existing tech to new innovative ideas to social entrepreneurship and then general business ideas as well. 100,000 Rand for the winner. Okay. Then also our annual Eddie Awards, where we shine the spotlight on our champions within the ecosystem. The specific awards that we have there, as already mentioned, the Learning and Teaching Excellence Award, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of the Year Award, and then the Eddie Rising Star DVC. This year we will also look at recognizing the contributions of deans in the universities. Other projects and research that we are also focusing on is building on the first phase of the UNICA study. We want to take that study further and look at how we can advance entrepreneurial universities in Africa. And then we are also conducting a study on student female entrepreneurship and looking at the specific barriers that they are confronted with. We are also currently in the process of concluding our University Entrepreneurship Resource Tour. Over the course of, I think, the past 5 months, we have visited 10 universities where we documented what is currently happening in their universities. What resources do they have available to their students to support them in their entrepreneurial endeavors. Then we are also looking at research on the establishment of a policy for entrepreneurship development in higher education. We are working closely with the Department of Higher Education on this. And then we are also looking at the development and a monitoring and evaluation framework for entrepreneurship development activities in higher education. I'm going to end off with a specific quote that I think is particularly, or it rings true when we speak about innovation. And I actually saw serial entrepreneur John Sanai also posting it earlier this week. The literate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. I think if you have seen in recent posts or in media the past few weeks, how everybody is now talking about artificial intelligence. How will that inform innovation for the future? How can we use artificial intelligence to create a bigger social impact? Then, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to go and follow us on social media. All of our social media platforms are there. And I would like to invite you, if you scan the QR code, then you can actually become an Eddie member. I'm going to be around. Please come and talk to me. for those of you that are specifically interested in the economic activation offices and submitting a proposal for the expression of interest, that would be great. And yes, I look forward to seeing what you're going to showcase today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Ricard. Please give him another round of applause. Fantastic. So now we're going to move on to the part of our program that is our reason to be gathered in this place. And I want to say a very big thank you from me to all the network partners who started chatting with me through December to help put this together. So I really appreciate, even though you're on leave, just checking your laptop and sending me stuff. Much appreciated. But also bringing me in on this journey that you have been walking. It's been so nice to read the highlights of your programs and the work that you have been doing, and also see some of the learning. So while I know some of the stuff that's behind the scenes, I'm excited for everyone else to hear what has been happening. So I'm going to welcome our first showcase partner, the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and I believe they have a whole team that's coming on stage. But if you are interested in finding out more about what they do, yes, I hope so. So if you walk outside, they're the second last stand towards that side, and they've got vegetables and fruits on their table. I don't know if they're making smoothies for you to taste, but there's nice stuff there. They also have holistic medicine, so you can, I don't know if I can call it medicine, but they'll tell you more about it. But if you know the plug about moringa, they are the people to talk to about moringa. But their project has been focused around agripreneurship, and I'm not surprised, because if you've been to KZN, it's just greenery upon greenery upon greenery. So we want to know, how can we move to KZN and be farmers? Like, what's the process, right? Please put your hands together for Dr. Thea van der Westhuizen and her team from UKZN. And then while they make their way up, can I just let you all know that there is free Wi-Fi. So if you click on your Wi-Fi thing, you'll see it'll come up. It's the CSIR ICC free Wi-Fi. So you can click on that. There's no password to connect. So you just click on that, and then remember to share Unite to Grow and IAU Dissemination. Thank you. I don't know if all of you want to speak on the podium, or do you want an additional mic?
Or we can project. Test one to the back.
There you go.
Thank you very much, Nsiki, and good morning. Thank you as well, Richard, for your presentation on Eddie. Just before we start, and to link the conversations, what we are busy here with today is work that resulted from a long-term entrepreneurial ecosystemic baseline research. The ecosystemic research informed what needs to happen to make our systems grow. It took place in various countries, resulted in where we are now. So macrosystemic and mundosystemic initiatives like EDI and British Council work very close together to bring us as institutional, organizational microsystems together. Can I see if our team is here? I was asking all the guests, move out of the way so you can sit here. And now they say, where's your team? We needed to move, so great. My name is Thea van der Westhuizen, a dual hat here as National Chairperson of the Community of Practice Learning and Teaching at EDI, and also the Principal Investigator for our team. Our project is from Swansea University, UKZN, the CSIR. Let's just give them a hand again for today, being here at their venue. Lift Village and the University of Cape Coast in Ghana. We chose to co-initiate and co-sense our project from scratch. We didn't start with initiatives that already existed. Our aim was to shift hope, activate potential entrepreneurship, shape, through something that we call SALAR, systemic action learning and action research. So bringing research-led community engagement together with curriculum development and research. The project had 4 objectives. The first one was to formally create a research unit. And it was quite a thing between 3 countries and our entrepreneurship support organizations to then upskill ourselves and our students through Salar workshops, to create a program, a PGDIP program in agri-entrepreneurship, where we looked at our ESOs and the skills needs, and we identified that should we pitch a program at PGDIP level, we would be able to get participants to the curricula from within our network. Last was to write a book on agri-entrepreneurship. Book proposal was approved through Paul Graf Macmillan, and we'll be circulating a call to all of you. Now, to develop a curricula and to write a book, it needs to be based on engagement from what us as academia see within the field. And with that, extensive engagement within our network took place. And everybody's here, and by chance, a bunch of amazing women just pulling together skills, expertise, and passion to hook this small bit of the project into the microsystem, into EDI, into the larger project, into where we want to achieve with COP26. So I'm going to hand over to my colleagues first and let them introduce themselves. Our project manager, Ms. Lintu Hatschwayu, I also call her the firecracker. She's amazing.
Thanks, Dr. Thea. Afternoon, everyone. My name is Luntu. I was the project manager of our ARU program, and I'm just going to speak a little bit about the project management experience. I think it was a very interesting and dynamic process managing the projects. I think multi-institutional collaborations come with their own dynamics and complexities. And Dr. Thea always says co-initiation and collaboration goes through different stages of forming, storming. There were a lot of storms at the beginning. And then norming and performing. And we had our fair share of that. I think from a project management point of view, doing things like financial transfers, where everybody and all the different institutions have different accounting systems and financial systems, was a challenge. Approvals, and of course, red tape, a lot of red tape in universities. And I think reflectively, I think that forming and ultimately the norming needs to be factored in your project's timeline, because those things really do take time to harmonize. And then I think lastly, something that I really wanted to bring up is our also internal frustrations in terms of our university and the bureaucracy and the systems. And I think as more universities are positioning themselves as entrepreneurship universities, trying to push commercialization, we need to ask ourselves if we have the systems that are adapted and are compliant to that and that help that process, because sometimes we're sort of in our own way. Thank you. That's my 2 cents.
Thanks, Lunsu. Hi, everyone. I'm Sabina Singh. I'm the Director of Intellectual Property and Commercialization at UKZN Incubates, which is the innovation office at University of KwaZulu-Natal. So I've been involved with this project, working with Thea and the rest of the team, and it's been such a pleasure. It's been such an honor. And thank you so much to the British Council for giving us this opportunity, because we've developed such a phenomenal program together with our partners. And definitely this is just the first step in terms of this agricultural curriculum that has been developed. And I just want to speak to why this is important to me personally. Climate change is the single biggest threat that humanity faces. And I think people don't really see it as the single biggest threat. Perhaps because we're not forced to wear masks and it hasn't imprisoned us in our homes. But it most definitely is, and coming from Durban, KZN, where many of you would have heard about the floods that we experienced last year, it put us in a really fearful situation, not very different from what we experienced with COVID, but I think the challenge with climate change is that I don't think society realizes how significant a threat it is to us. So when we had the opportunity to develop this agricultural curriculum, I was, all hands up for it, because we have the opportunity to kill a number of birds. I shouldn't use that saying, I'm vegetarian, so I shouldn't use that saying. But nevertheless, we have the opportunity to address so many challenges, being climate change. But climate change is a poverty multiplier, right? And being in a country with an unemployment rate exceeding 40%, this is really, really significant for us. So with this curriculum, we have the opportunity to teach our youth, to teach our communities how to engage in sustainable agriculture, because agriculture is one of the biggest contributors to climate change. I will wrap it up. So essentially, what we're trying to do here by reaching out with this curriculum is to teach our youth, our communities, how to set up sustainable agricultural practices and thereby foster food security, job security, and food security. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Portia Nene, and our organization is called Live Village, we the Moringa people. So Live Village basically is an NGO that houses about 200 orphan and vulnerable children. But over the years of its existence, they started thinking about how do we sustain ourselves. So myself and a few teams were brought in, so I head up Live Business, which is basically a sustainable arm of the village. And one of the big projects in this sustainability is agriculture. The interesting thing in this partnership, I would say call it God alignments, is that I am here with my two colleagues who are both, they're farmers, they studied agriculture, they are young people. I'm not even going to claim that I'm a farmer, but what I at least have a bit of knowledge of is development and growing business. So in that partnership, Liv asked me to come on board to help them almost scale. So in that season before UKZN had approached us in this partnership, it kind of was aligned because I started thinking that it's not good enough to just have the people on the ground who are just farming. We need the partners that can also help us with I think with the academia space, I always speak about, we all studied in academia, we went into different spaces. Some people remained in the institution as their place of work. But I need students who can help me write up case studies. I need students who can help us with research, because while the farmers are on the ground, the business is not scaling. So this partnership for us has been very, very beneficial in the sense that we now have UKZN looking at programs that can help our project scale. So the biggest thing is we've been able to sustain ourselves, but we haven't scaled, and that's the biggest problem. So as much as we have a good team, it's not scaling because we know we're just relying on the farmers. But I will also proudly say, in this journey that we have gone through in the past year or two, we've had about 7 interns coming from different institutions, because I think this also forced us to think differently. So we also started approaching institutions and saying, please bring the farmers that need experience. We're not a big operation, but even from the small scale, they can help us scale. So that is how we link to this partnership. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tandiwe Mkhunu. I believe that as I'm wearing the CSR shirt, I'm just demonstrating the link that we have built. It's CSR as well as UKZN. I'm the former, or let me just say, I was doing my master's in chemical engineering with UKZN, and I was highly sponsored by CSR. It didn't end there. Because of the passion that I have within chemical engineering, and as well as that I'm a farmer, I'm a commercial farmer. So CSR went further and selected me as their female entrepreneur to implement the project, the research project that I was doing with UKZN. So now at the farm, we are not longer only just producing vegetables which are already selling at the markets, but we are also developing our own fertilizer, which we are demonstrating right outside in our stall. We are taking the food waste that we found at the market. We are taking the food waste coming from your household, your onion peels, your banana peels, your orange peels, anything that is regarded as a food waste. It doesn't end there, even at the farmers as well, not only on my farm, which is 100 hectares, but also from other farmers as well. We collect the food waste coming from them, and then we make fertilizer out of it. From that fertilizer, we take it back to the farm and grow fresh food. And that is how we create and close the loop. So I believe that not only as a postgraduate and an entrepreneur, but I believe that the partnerships are really needed by the young people. Most of these programs are hidden to the students. The one thing is that they want to focus on getting their studies done, and then once they are done with their studies and they pass, and then they sit at home. This is what we are seeing on a daily basis in South Africa and even in other African countries. So I believe that EDE needs to expand and really reach out to the students directly, and so that you can have that impact on the ground. Because students like me, if CSR didn't open up that door for me and say, we are selecting you and we want to implement your project, we want you to really expand your program, and then I would not have come here and I would not have met so many of you. So thank you very much, and let's go and empower more students to create employment instead of them becoming employees. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Angela James from the School of Education, UKZN, and I'm quite sure if I had to ask you, what learnings do you think we have experienced in our project? Quickly, 2 points. Quickly. 2 points. Yes, what else? Innovation. More than that. Come on. For people who are entrepreneurs and within the field, you should have been buzzing like that already. Okay. And, sorry? Okay. Thank you. So, looking at what was mentioned last about the loop and how we close that particular loop, education is essentially important for all of that. And when we think about the nature of the education, then we have to be very serious about the relevance, the crises that are currently being experienced, and how students, and not only students, but communities can be collaboratively engaged in participatory activities. And we seriously need to consider service learning and the importance of service learning across all sectors. When students experience it with communities, and I emphasize the word with, it is amazing the enhancement, growth, opportunity, and possibilities that are there within the field. So I do want to say, in terms of this multidimensional and diverse collaboration that we have, the participatory levels are quite extensive. Thank you.
May I just ask, British Council colleagues, can you please go like this? Everybody from the British Council, go like this. Everybody from EDI, go like this. From our project, the universities and ESOs, go like this. Colleagues, please go like this. Unite to grow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tia, and the wonderful team at UKZN. Isn't that fantastic what they're doing? Please give them a round of applause. I farm garlic myself, so I know farming is no small feat. So when she said 100 acres, I was like, girl, okay. So it's wonderful to know that all that work is happening. And again, an opportunity for collaboration, right? So if you're sitting here and you're like, you know, all this time I've always thought I could be a young chicken farmer or something, right? Or if you're looking at renewable energy and you're going, where are all these other companies going to get their biogas from? And they're reusing waste in a clever way. Maybe that's another plug point, right? So an invitation to have a conversation and to visit their stand. And I don't know if I can ask on behalf of anybody around the Moringa, you know, is there a discount? Is it a... We'll come to the stand and chat. So I'd like to invite our next network partner to come to the stage. And I'm particularly excited about them just because of a point of bias. It is my university. So I studied at UJ. Got it. I studied at UJ. I did my marketing degree and honors in logistics management. But that's where I started my journey with entrepreneurship. So it's always wonderful to see the work that happens at UJ post my time being there. And their program was focused around the digital economy and creating or utilizing a social media entrepreneurship program for entrepreneurship. So I'd like to welcome our speaker from UJ, Mr. Sodiq Arugudade. I hope I said that correctly. Please give him a round of applause. It changes for people.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. As she has introduced, my name is Sodiq Arugudade. Our project centered on pedagogical reform and the need to prepare South African youth for the future of work. So in terms of the presentation, there is this section that has to do with the motivation. Why are we doing this program? Why are we doing this project? And there's another section that deals with the program structure, what we've learned so far, and the possible outcome, and the M&E framework, and the sustainability measure that we are putting in place to ensure that the project does not just stop there. You know, we sustained it. So there's this much talk around unemployment in South Africa, you know, and this is not new. You know, we have about 12.3 million South African youth unemployed. And in addressing this unemployment problem, here comes SMMEs. So this has been established in literature that SMME sector is critical towards the recovery of South African economy in terms of job creation, contribution to the economy. However, the other problem has to do with the issue of digital divide. You know, with about 68% of South African population having access to the internet, but that does not necessarily translate to digital access. So here comes the appeal of our program. So the appeal of our program is that how do we ensure that, because even before COVID-19, the labor market is dynamic. You know, you will recall during COVID-19, there were some jobs that were lost, and in that process, some jobs were also gained, and this job fall into the gig economy. So the question now is, how do we motivate a lot of our young people into the gig economy? I'll just keep this. So we didn't do this project alone. We collaborated with Shepo 1 Million. Shepo 1 Million assisted us in recruiting a candidate. We actually selected about 22 candidates. And out of these 22 candidates, unfortunately, 2 of those students dropped out. And one of the students passed on just last year. We also got some funding in terms of sustainability now from GCRA. So GCRA actually provided some stipend for the students. You know, this is just to ensure that the sustainability of the program. And University of Warwick is our network partner. Now, what are we trying to achieve? So what we are trying to achieve is actually to, you know, we are talking about unemployment, is to encourage South African youth in the gig economy. such a way that we reduce the digital divide in South Africa and at the same time prepare the South African youth for the future of work. The learning journey, we split the group into 3. The first group, we call them tech supports. Who are the tech supports? These are the learners that were actually supported with tablets and internet. So the second group, we call them no supports. So these are the set of cohorts that were not given any support. While the third group, they are the in-person. So those type of students are actually exploring our Soweto campus. For the learning journey, we took them through our EDP program, the Entrepreneurship Development Program. We also onboarded them on the social media marketing training, and we onboarded them on Coursera. How does this program work? Currently, these students have been paired. Somebody mentioned about these institutional challenges. We also face a lot of institutional challenges, red tape, approval. So, but currently those students have been paired with SMMEs, and it is expected that they take about 3 to 12 months. So I think by August or September, that is the due date. They've also been assigned mentor, and the essence of this mentor or coaching is just for the mentor to assist them, because they will be developing what we call a capstone project. So as they are developing those capstone projects, the mentor assists them and through the journey. So for this project has actually 3 exit outcomes. So the first outcome is we want a situation where these students are absorbed in the gig economy, and we'll be putting their services on Sweep South Connect. So this is a South African virtual labor market for gig economy. So we are also going to be putting their service in the international type of job like Fiverr and Upwork. Yeah. So the second level outcome is we anticipate that our partner organization will absorb these learners. We have 19 of them now. And we also expect that they might want to, start up their own business after the program. Okay, so before I move to the M&E framework, we did some video on there to just show account of some of the students.
Hi, my name is Anna Fiorgo. I'm from the Valley in Yenachem. I'm 29 years old.
Hi, my name is Tabu Junekigani and I'm from Soweto. I am 25 years old.
Hi, my name is Tamara Truma and I'm from Soweto, Privilege. I'm 27 years old.
My favorite part about the course was to actually get an in-depth learning of social media marketing. I always took social media marketing as just a marketing in overall, but then when I got to do the course, let me mention that I've got a small startup business that I'm running, and I've always been advertising in these social media platforms. But having done the course, I got to understand on how to approach my marketing avenues. Say for instance, I've learned that you got to know your audience, your target audience, the audience that you're actually targeting. You got to know them, understand them, and know where you can find them, on which platform are they. So maybe your target audience is mostly on Instagram, then that's the go-to platform for you to market your product or your service. So that's the favorite part that I have learned. And I've also learned that, setting goals, you need to set goals that are smart. Now say I need to actually launch a campaign to promote my business on social media. I have learned that I need to set goals for that. But those goals need to be smart. And it doesn't end there. You need to have your key performance indicators, measure the progress of your goals so that you can know whether you're going forward or backward or not moving at all. So that for me has been very insightful.
My favorite part about the course was learning all the tools that we use to harness the power of social media, like using all the platforms but controlling them in one space.
The favorite part about my course would be the Coursera part, where I had enough time to learn on my own, the aspects of social media.
What I'm hoping to achieve in the next 2 to 5 years is actually see my own small business booming, because I would have applied the skills that I've learned in the social media marketing program. So I believe that having applied those skills, my business will flourish. So in the next 2 to 5 years, my business will be at a stage where now I can actually say, yes, my products are being sold online. My business will be fully online by then, because as you can see, we are going digital. So I want to see my business being completely online, and I want to see my business making profits online. So I'm simply going to apply the skills that I've learned from the Introduction to Social Media Marketing course, and to actually make my business boom in that manner. But also, I'm not only looking at one channel, because you got to have different income streams. So I'm also looking to become a social media marketing coach, especially for those small businesses out there, because I really believe that these skills that I've acquired from the course are very, very essential, especially for startup businesses.
In the next 2 to 5 years, what I hope to achieve, what I've learned in the program, is to go into the field, maybe work and learn how it works, what it's about, and maybe in the next, after 3 years, I'll start up my own social media marketing firm.
I'd like to implement what I've learned in the program towards my business. I run a scholar transport service. So I'd like to implement all of these social media strategies to improve my business. And yeah.
Okay, the advice that I would give to aspiring social media entrepreneurs is to go for that course. Let them do the Introduction to Social Media Marketing. It is very insightful. It will actually lead them. That is the first step. It will guide them. It will show them the way, and it will make them generate those profits just like that. That's the advice that I would give today.
The advice I would give to aspiring social media entrepreneurs is that it's a great tool to have. It's very versatile. You can use it in many different ways, whether for yourself or other people, or you can use it to get a job. So I'd recommend you do it.
What I've learned so far, I'd say it's all about exploring your creativity and implementing your creativity into whatever business, because it's not necessarily directed to one business. You can implement one of these strategies into different businesses.
That is the account of some of the learners. So, because the impact of this program is contemporaneous, it might not be immediate, but we sort of develop some M&E framework so that we are able to track the development of these learners. So we just did some sort of analysis, and this is just the demographic characteristics of some of the students in the program. And we also developed some measures to just gauge their exposure to, their proficiency in the use of social media for brand promotion. And one of the things that one of the learning points from the analysis was that there has been like an improvement and in the student. So the other aspect has to do with, we also gauge their entrepreneurship intention and an attitude. So we realize that there has been like improvement. So this is a continuous process which we are trying to gauge, because the students, they are currently placed with the SMMEs and they are developing a capstone project. And after that, so we now have our closeout study. All right, so, okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Sadiq. Please give him a round of applause. And also just to note that if you are interested in working with UJ or finding out more about what it is they're doing, they will be leaving us early as they've got another time commitment. So when we break for lunch just now, please do find Sadiq and chat to him first before anything else. I'd like to welcome our next network partner to the stage from Mangosuthu University of Technology, and their program has been focused on embedding enterprise into the curriculum to address unemployment in the construction sector. And if I think about the entrepreneurs that I know, one of the things I get asked a lot is like, how do I get into construction? So hopefully you'll be answering some of those questions. So please give a wonderful warm welcome to Dr. Miriam Akinlo.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Miriam Akinlolu, and I'm a researcher in the Department of Construction Management and Quantity Surveying at Mangosuthu University of Technology. So our program focused on incorporating enterprise and digital skills in the curriculum of built environment programs. So when we talk about built environment programs, can you hear me? Built environment programs cover disciplines like architecture, construction management, quantity surveying, civil engineering, and land surveying. Okay, don't know why this doesn't. Okay, so our partners in this project was the London South Bank University and the Master Builders Association. So Master Builders Association is an employer organization that provides support services to construction contractors in the KwaZulu-Natal province. And the aim of our project was to develop resilient industry-ready graduates with agency to create their own economic opportunities. So we found out that many of the students or graduates in built environment engineering programs have an employment mindset. They believe that entrepreneurship is for those in management sciences or business. So this project was important for us to equip students with skills to be able to create their own opportunities, equip students with requisite skills to be able to be fit for purpose and be prepared for the world of work. I'll just talk about our project team. Within the project team, we had a civil engineer. I have a construction management and project management background. We also had our collaborator from London South Bank University, who is an expert in student enterprise and intellectual property. So the purpose of this project was to tackle unemployment in the construction industry. The aim was to tackle the high rate of unemployment of young people in the construction industry. We also felt that it was important to tackle the skills mismatch in the construction industry. So we had conducted a survey, and we had found that what universities are teaching there's a mismatch between what universities are teaching students and what industry actually requires. So the purpose of this project was to ensure that students have the skills that industry requires. Also, the purpose of the project was to support innovation and job creation in the construction sector. We also aimed to expose students to entrepreneurial thinking and digital skills. And also, we also aim to identify and support approaches to incorporating enterprise and digital skills in the built environment curriculum. So in phase one of the project, was a discovery phase. So what we did was we reviewed construction management and quantity surveying curriculums or modules within South Africa. So we reviewed construction and quantity surveying modules in CPUT, a range of universities that offer construction and quantity surveying modules within South Africa. We also reviewed professional body competency requirements. So for construction management and quantity surveying, the professional bodies are the South African Council for Project Management Professions. We also have another professional body for quantity surveying. And the outcome of this review showed that many of the students would rather go into employment than become entrepreneurs, and that the competencies of these professional bodies encourage students to be more of employees than job creators. So phase two of the project was the implementation stage. So because we felt that it wasn't realistic for us to create a whole new thing, we felt that it would be easier for us to identify opportunities to embed or to incorporate entrepreneurship in the curriculum of something that exists already at the university. So what we did was that we identified a program at MUT called the Work Readiness Program. So they deal with work integrated learning. So students in their second year go for in-service training to get practical skills and practical knowledge of what is happening in the industry. So what we did was that we reviewed this Work Readiness Program and found that this program was also leaned heavily towards employment and entrepreneurship. So we found a gap within this program to incorporate our incorporate entrepreneurship within this module. So what we did is we organized 2 workshops with MUT academic students and industry. So we brought MUT academic students and industry professionals into a room, and we wanted to, identify what the problem is. What is it that we as universities are doing wrong? What does industry require from students? And then, with all of this that we did, then we were able to develop a module, an enterprise module called the Building Practice Module. You can you feel free to stop by at our stand. I have a poster that shows a course outline of everything that the module encompasses. And then within this module, we're able to embed mini projects within this building practice module. Also in our phase 2, what we also did was that we organized an expo to bring industry professional bodies, students, and academia together. And we called this expo the Expo for Young Built Environment Professionals. I'll speak more about the expo within the course of my presentation. Okay, so when I spoke about embedding mini projects within the module, so example of project ideas that we felt should be embedded within the module were things about maybe water sanitation, water drainage, generating electricity, waste management. So we're trying to incorporate sustainability or projects that could address the sustainable development goals within the module. Okay, so to be able to develop this building practice module, we adopted 2 frameworks called the first one is the EntraComp framework, and the second one is the DigiComp framework. So the EntraComp framework is is developed by the European Union, and it's a competency framework that the European Union perceives that people must have to show that they have competencies in entrepreneurship. And the DigiComp framework is also developed by the European Union, and they contain competencies that they feel that people must have to be able to show that they are digitally competent. So one of the challenges that we experienced during our project was sharing a common language. What enterprise and digital skills meant for us at MUT was quite different from what it meant for our colleagues at LSBU. Because my colleague at LSBU has an enterprise entrepreneurship background, and I have an engineering background. My understanding of digital skills were building information modeling, AutoCAD, and things like that. So we needed to share a common language and understand what enterprise and enterprise skills are and what digital skills are. So we adopted this framework. So you'll see that the EntraComp framework has 3 competence areas. So the petals represent the competence areas. So there are 3 competence areas and there are 15 competencies. So we have into action, we have ideas and opportunities, we have resources. So like under ideas and opportunities, some of the competencies are spotting opportunities. So students should be able to spot opportunities. They should have creativity, they should have vision, critical thinking, and other things. So looking at the digital competencies, there were 5 competence areas, and we have communication and collaboration, digital content creation, information and data literacy, and we have 2 other competencies. So if you go to our stand and you look at the course outline, we adopted each of these competence areas and had learning objectives and learning outcomes for each of these, and a range of activities that we could use to help students achieve and be equipped with these competencies. So within this study, we also conducted a baseline survey where we presented students with these competencies. So we presented them with the 15 enterprise competencies, and then we asked them to indicate their perception of their, or the level of competence in these areas. And if you look at this, students ranked very low in spotting opportunities. Another thing that I would like to mention is that, so MUT is located in the township of Umlazi in KwaZulu-Natal. So many of our students come from the townships, and they are quite different. I call them special students because they require extra level of support and other things. So when we gave them when we administered this survey, they ranked very low in spotting opportunities. They showed quite great competencies in learning through experience. They also showed excellent competencies in motivation and perseverance. We also administered a baseline survey for digital competencies, and we found out that they were very low, they ranked very low in communication and collaboration. And this was not a surprise because we see this in the classroom. I'll call it maybe lack of confidence, you know, and these are kind of skills that are required for you to be like a great employee or a great entrepreneur. So one of the models we also adopted within our study is the double diamond model. So LSBU already implements this within their civil and structural engineering programs. So what the double diamond model does is you identify a challenge, and then so you discover and define that challenge, and then you work towards developing and delivering solutions for that challenge. So we adopted this within our building practice model. So to also try and embed digital skills within our curriculum, we partnered with Autodesk to provide AutoCAD training to students. So at MUT, we found out that the students within the construction management and quantity surveying program were not very familiar with like the core digital and technical skills that's required. So you find students still using like pen and paper, pencil and paper to draw, whereas people are already using Revit, Fusion, AutoCAD and things like that. So we partnered with Autodesk to provide training, a 3-day training for students on AutoCAD, and students were given certificates that they could add on to their CVs. So these are just some of the successes within our projects. We developed entrepreneurial skills through mini projects in the curriculum, in the construction curriculum. So we also had an expo. So I mentioned earlier that we organized an expo for future building professionals, and we had great support from Standard Bank. We partnered with Saint Gobain. We partnered with the Construction Industry Development Board. We partnered with the Chartered Institute of Building, and some of the activities that occurred within the expo was that students presented mini projects at the expo. So what we asked them to do was identify a problem within their immediate environment and prefer a solution to that problem. We also had industry professionals present there to judge these competitions. We had presentations from industry. So we had organizations like the Chartered Institute of Building. Chartered Institute of Building is the world-leading organization world-leading membership organization for construction professionals, and we had them there to talk to students about processes of becoming registered with Chartered Institute of Building. Construction Industry Development Board is also an important organization within the construction industry in South Africa. If you want to own a construction business, or if you want to be a construction contractor, you have to be registered with Construction Industry Development Board, and there are different levels of registration. So these are the kind of things that we had happen at our expo. We also had Standard Bank there to talk to students about financial literacy, how to access funds, and what have you. So this is a bit worded, but this is just we distributed questionnaires to students at the expo, and we tried to get some student feedback. And then these are like some of the comments that the students made about the project and about the things that were offered within the project. So the industry feedback on the expo was also that the student pitches were informative, it was a great initiative, it was worthwhile, and that we were also advised that we must repeat and extend this event to other universities. So the next steps in our project, within this year, we plan to review and adapt and pilot the building practice model. Another thing that we are seeking to achieve is to get accreditation for the model. So within the construction management and quantity surveying discipline, the South African Council for Construction and Project Management accredits courses within the construction management program. So we're working hard to get accreditation from them. Within the model also, we want to embed sustainability skills within the model. So we are planning to adopt the Green Comp framework. And the Green Comp framework has sustainability competence areas within the framework. So we want to equip students with skills required to be able to solve challenges that are related to sustainable development goals. We also plan to have like closer collaboration between the UK and South African construction sector professional bodies. So how can you or other people support our projects? We are encouraging to have more stakeholders within our project. We are hoping to collaborate with more people, and then you feel free to connect with myself and my UK project lead on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Miriam. I hope that was enlightening for those of you who are thinking about joining that particular industry. Please give her a wonderful round of applause. No pressure for our next speaker from the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, but they are the ones who are standing between you and lunch. Okay, so I will ask that you just, re-engage, sit up straight, deep breath, focus, and let's have your attention. So their program was focused on creating a center for business innovation and incubation. So he's going to be sharing more about that. So please give a wonderful round of applause to Professor Michael Tungatlo.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm told I'm standing between this presentation and lunch. I'm going to cut it short so that you can go for lunch. Let me put my presentation into context that this was done in collaboration with Manchester Metropolitan University, Snake Nation as our ecosystem partner, and the three together managed to build an infrastructure which I'm going to talk about called Inclusive Industry Link Business Innovation and Incubation Center, sponsored by the British Council. And to sustain it, we created an annual forum where student entrepreneurs will come and present whatever they might be doing at the universities, and also some keynote speakers and the rest, which was very successful last year, and we hope to continue this year. Now, the structure is what I'm going to present, and I think Edie and other presenters have already alluded to what we have started doing at the university, Cape Peninsula University, whereby we're trying to convert the campus into an environment of startups. And the question we asked ourselves when we were developing the infrastructure is, how do you turn university campuses into engine rooms for disruptive startups? And it took a lot of effort. I'm the founder, the head, the project manager, I'm everything. And so I'm speaking to you from Eddie to give me money, to hire people to do the job that I must do. And the only way we can do that is to create a culture of research commercialization in universities. Most of our postgraduate research are too theoretical that cannot be converted into product and services. And from the center, we have changed that. And you will hear very soon some of our students whose projects are now being converted into product and services ready for the market. They are now being prototyped, right? So the infrastructure, which we call the inclusive, is to be able to work with business, industry partners, ecosystem partners, the government, and particularly national and provincial and local government, and collect some of our social problems through a hackathon. And as a result, we have created what we call Technopreneurship Student Association on campus, because not everyone is an entrepreneur. And therefore, you cannot force every student to become an entrepreneur. So the association is the forum that brings students together to be able to discuss their ideas. And through hackathon, we are able to identify what is feasible to be done. All right. And then from there, we co-design and co-create their products with industry partners. We have on the campus, as I speak today, I've got 3 technology companies sitting with me and the student, helping them to be able to re-innovate or redesign what they thought of through the hackathon. So that is where the industry link comes in. And with our ecosystem partner, Snake Nation, we are able to get into other places where if we work alone as a university, we will not be able to be there. And it goes with each and every student that comes through the system, goes on to what we call a venture creation simulator. It is an entrepreneurship simulator that is driven by the new venture creation of services CETA, which is an accredited program, and that the student goes through to be able to understand how do we build enterprises, because your product must go through a business for somebody to be able to buy into it. So it goes hand in hand. As they are being assisted by technology partners to develop their product, they are also learning on the system how to develop a business, right? And it has got digital coaching and mentoring using as that intelligent software, right? And then from there, they are able to build a business plan and a business model, because any investor will be looking for a viable business model. And so as they go through the simulator, they are able to develop their own business model and business plans. Now, we don't anticipate that every student that goes through it will be able to come out with a solid business plan that will attract an investor. So they then have got entrepreneurial mindset, which the industry is looking for students like that to employ. And I believe if our municipal managers and provisional executives have got entrepreneurial mindset, there will never be rolling blackouts. But because we have leaders or running organizations and government departments with an entrepreneurial mindset, we are struggling to sustain our own economy. And we believe that from the university campus, we can create graduates with entrepreneurial mindset through the system. And that is the infrastructure we're creating. We are not creating graduates to go and establish businesses, but we are creating graduates also to become employable with entrepreneurial mindset. Right. And finally, that's where we bring in the commercialization aspect of their business plan. People will be competing for. So what we have done, one of our guidelines in the center is to make people pay for accessing these business plans and business model coming from the students. Because somebody needs to pay somewhere along the line. The model in this country is to wait for a prototype before they put money in. And that is why we have not created enough jobs in the country. Somebody needs to pay the fees right from the beginning. And I don't know how to send this message to the whole country. But we need that. I have 15 students, but I've only got 4 now because they have to go and look for a job. And if somebody was paying a stipend, all these 15 projects will be there. There's one project that could create over 2 million jobs within a short space of time. And that is what we're looking for. And the lady is sitting down here, right? And so if we are able to do this, we'll be able to turn the university campus into an environment where new businesses can come from. Now, we have developed a system which is discovering the ideas from research. And that sometimes I become very radical at the university. So I don't use the university research proposal anymore. I've introduced parts of the proposal template, the concept of entrepreneurship. So when you prepare your research proposal, I want to see the commercialization aspect of it. Right. And so we discover from that point your research proposal and guide you throughout. I've got 2 projects like that which I'll be showing you, One is a payment system for long-distance minibuses, which we call convenient payment. And that came from my research. And then the other one is to be able to predict whether after first semester, a student can make it to the end using machine learning, artificial intelligence, and data, big data analytics. It's also a PhD research, right? And then we are able to do what we call market validation, whether the product we are developing has market. And then from there, if it is not, it goes back again for refinement, and then it continues to co-create and co-design with our technology partners. And then it continues to build in and incubate the business, which most of our students are not there yet for the incubation because they are still co-designing with the technology partners. And finally, we then launch and scale the business. So this is the framework we have put in place and using, and these are some of the projects. We are building what we call e-village, which is a technology platform using cyber-physical systems to be able to create and retain wealth in the rural areas, our townships. Because most of our townships, everybody takes the money and go out of the township to buy. We want a system that will retain the money and for businesses to flourish in the village. And we've started with what we call the Internet of Needs, which is a platform, a new architecture model that will allow that inclusive environment for demand and supply. One example is what we call the drop work. And the gentleman is sitting with us here. It's a mobile application to capitalize on the growing need of easy access to employment by freelancing manual labor. So within a 5-kilometer radius, you can get a carpenter who is unemployed that you can access on the mobile app to come to your house and fix your door locks. And that is being prototyped. Then we have student performance predictor, as I indicated, that will be able to predict whether a student can make it to the third year. And I think some of you know how DHET gives us subsidies for students. If you get 100 students first year, and then at the time they get to the third year, you have only 30, you've lost money. So the best thing is to be able to predict and then put the necessary intervention so that all the 100 students can get to the final year. And that is what this does. Right. It's a robot in a room. Yeah. And then the third one is My Capsule. My Capsule is a platform, mobile app that we are building, a central database for prescriptions from pharmaceuticals, so that there could be track and trace of what is being prescribed, so that a trend can be created. If there's more Panadol than other medication, then that could also determine how these things are, so that there are no shortage within the system. And also, it's going to be part of the e-village, so that we can create first aid pharmaceutical systems within rural areas, so that people can have access to off-the-shelf drugs, off-counter drugs, without having to travel. We piloted this in the third largest black township in Western Cape, which is called Zweletembe. And that place is so sad when you read the findings, that the smallest thing, they have to travel to Worcester. And by the time they come back, 300 rand is gone through taxis. And so if we are able to build small businesses of that nature, retired nurses and medical practitioners could also assist in looking after and these are being piloted as well. What am I pressing? Then we have My Food. That is the one that I'm saying could create 2 million jobs. It's an e-commerce platform that, maybe I should allow the lady to explain it, but when we go out and you go to CPUT table, They will explain more to you than I can explain because these are students' projects. You know, what we find out from the research was that 40% of all fresh products in this country do not appear in the retail shops because they are called cosmetically challenged products and they will never be sold in a shop. This system is allowing us to be able to identify them, repackage them, and sell it at a cheaper price that will serve the same purpose as the real food in the shop. And that allows new jobs to be created in terms of collection, delivering, and all that, similar to your Uber system. The last one is the ePay, which is the convenient one that I spoke about, with the long-distance minibus system that allow people to be able to book, to travel long distances without having to wait so long at stations to get into long-distance buses, and also use cash to pay to avoid the hijacking and the beating on the highway. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Prof. Michael. Please give him a wonderful round of applause. And then just a big round of applause to our first 4 network partners who have shared a little bit about their projects this morning. Thank you so much. So we will break for lunch now. So I'm going to ask, please head over to the stands, ask questions, find out how you can partner, how you can support. Come speak to Ricardo as well and ask, how can you work with Eddie? I heard a funding request, maybe you guys will hash that out. And then just a request from me is, at the registration table, you will see there are different colored papers like this. Please go there and write down your suggestions for us. So anything that you think we should be thinking about, we should be exploring, the kinds of insights that you'd like to see, whatever kind of feedback or suggestions you have, we want to know those. So please write them down for us. There's a box there on the counter so you can write them down and put them in the box. And may I ask that we be back in the room to start again in about 45 minutes, so because I know it'll take time for everybody to walk back in. So we'll break for lunch for 45 minutes, and for people online as well, please enjoy your lunch, and you can join us back live in the next 45 minutes. And I just want to say thank you so much to Mwalimu, Daniel, Nkosana, and Liana Beauty TM for joining us and sharing your comments. It's been nice to see you guys engaging with us. And to everybody else who's online, please let me know where you're joining from, and we will keep engaging with you throughout the day. Thanks, everybody. Yes, I see thumbs up. I see smiles. Smiles is a good indication that good food was had. I'm just trying to see if I can spot our next speaker before I kick off, because then it's awkward if he's not in the room. Okay. I do know who our next speaker is. Okay. And then I just want to check that our live stream is on as well. If we can just get a thumbs up from the back. Is that a thumbs up? Yes, it is. We are on. Okay, and hello, welcome back to everybody that is joining us online. Welcome. I hope you had a good virtual lunch, whatever you had for lunch. And to everybody else who's in the room, I trust you all had a good lunch? Yes. Fabulous. So we're going to continue with our program. I would like to remind our speakers just for this session, just to be mindful that the presentations are timed for 15 minutes. So if we can please help us to stay on time, that will be helpful. Just so that, we are already running over a little bit. So if we can just, keep everything within the time that was allocated, that will be great. So if you have been looking at the different exhibitions outside, you will notice when you go out this door to the left, there are some wheelchairs, right? And I'm sure you were wondering or asking yourself, how do these work? What's the innovation here? So our next speaker is going to be sharing that with us. They are from the Central University of Technology, and their program is around design for disability. Yes, I'm reading the right one. So I'd like to welcome our next speaker to the stage. Please give a wonderful, warm welcome to Thaiwil Zobegu.
Good afternoon. I hope you enjoy your lunch. And let's proceed. Our focus is talk about inclusive innovation, supporting people with disabilities through design entrepreneurship. Before you went for the lunch, Prof was talking more about doing research, which are not theoretical. Research that can solve our everyday problems. So at CUT, we focus on doing research that solves our daily challenges in our communities, although we also do other blue sky research. So the focus of this, the word is inclusive innovation. In our innovation process, we include the end user from day one. What is the end user looking for, or what is the end user's challenges that we are solving? So it's inclusive. We bring all on board, then we use our high-tech technology that we have, additive manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, all the tools there to help provide customized solution to help disability people. So let's proceed. Sorry. Yes, the word inclusive comes from here. Before we start our research, we engage with the community. What is their need? So we try to produce wheelchairs to solve challenges of health, disability people, but first, we engage with them. How does their daily wheelchairs, how comfortable are they in them? What is the challenge with the current wheelchair they are using? How best can we modify it to help them solve their challenges and they can be more mobile? So you can see that we engage with them, find about their solution ABC, then we include them in the designing process. So we bring them to our lab. Okay, you said your wheelchair does not move like this. If you can move ABC to make my life more reliable, to make me more buoyant, to make you more free to move about. So as we engage with them, then we begin to produce a wheelchair. Not I'm pressing here. No, sorry. Good. So this is the current wheelchair we have in the market, designed at the above generic wheelchair. If you look at it, it's just generic. It's not customized for our our terrain. These are things from the other world that they have all their road well tied and paved. We have a lot of untarred road in our communities. So when they want to move about, because of the road are not tied, and also there's potholes everywhere, they cannot move those things in those areas, so they get stuck. So though they have their wheelchairs, they are only mobile where they are cemented or pavement places in their immediate environs. Once they get beyond those regions, they cannot move. So the idea was, how best can we make them to move to hospital themselves, go to farm, go to the mall, no matter how bad the road is. That's our initial issue we are solving. So when we begin to modify the wheelchairs, customized way for them. We use 3D printing and other machines to do those wheelchairs. We make it customized. You know, when somebody is disabled, based on the degree of disability, has amount of strength either in their limbs or in their leg. So if the body core is so we cannot move the wheelchair, so we talk with them. Based on your level of deformity, the maximum strength in your leg or in your arm help us design the wheelchair to suit you so you can move as you want to be. So a team came together under the IAU project, as you all know it, these universities. Aston was there, Labra was there, and this is where we are, CUT. So this team came together, and we began to actually put our heads together as engineers and entrepreneurs. How do we make the wheelchairs very convenient? After our long deliberation, in the physically challenged themselves, we have our way out. Remember, they came to our facility, so we chat with them. They are part of the car design. They are part of the entire supply chain process, design the wheelchairs. And we also have a focus of using the less expensive materials. We bring all those issues on board. So these three universities came under the IU program, we were able to design the wheelchairs for them. So this is just one of our, you can see that's a conventional one over there. This is all we did for them. With these wheelchairs that we have here, they are quite customized. Customized means that they are tailor-made. We can make them based on your level of disability for you to be able to sit in, feel comfortable, and move you particularly based on level of disability. Of the wheelchairs they have now, it can move on untarred roads. Some of them want to go into their garden and do some small farming there to improve their life quality. Some want to go to the mall themselves. Some go to the clinic and take their own drug without depending upon anybody. Okay, so this modification now, these chairs are suitable for our local terrain. I'll show some video, you can see that we are able to move them on our normal terrain. So this is what we did at CUT for the physically challenged people. So we also make sure that the wheelchairs, they are such that they can be transported easily. Remember, we are trying to commercialize them. So we send them to other countries like Botswana and nearby countries for them to use. We make it that they are plug and play. You can disassemble them, put them together. The idea is this. With the little knowledge that any physically challenged person will have, they can repair themselves. So we try to use local materials as much as possible. Bicycle tires and the rest were involved. All to make sure the price comes down, anything gets spoiled about the wheelchairs, they themselves can just put together ABC can be to work for them. We train some also in our own lab that they can do all those things themselves. As we do the advanced research, how can we make it more electronically moved by ease of any paddling? And currently we are almost present finishing with them being more electronical. They can sit in themselves, generate motor, then they can just move wherever they are going. So these are chairs that we can actually ship to other parts of Africa easily. These videos are just meant to show you that it's actually, I hope I should succeed playing it. Can I be helped to make sure it plays, if possible? I think I can hear. Yeah, good. So you can see that this entire road, but these wheelchairs can actually move about wherever you want them to go. Sorry. So you can see they can actually move in any form of entire road easily. So with this kind of basic design, if the person have there's enough strength. Thank you. Yeah. So if the person with disability has the strength in the arm, he can go easily. If not, we just put a electrical motor to it. The motor can drive you for the person. Then you can go on any untarred road. Some of them used to go to farm and do their own work. Go to clinic, take their own medicine. That's how far we come in this particular project. So thanks to IAU and other partners help us to come this far in this project. It is just to show, after our this further way of designing the brake system, we made sure the brakes, the first time the brakes were not good, but recently we worked on a brake as well, and we can now put it, and the brake can come easily by itself. That's how to show how we designed a new brake to make the wheelchair stop easily. Okay, this is what we call the entrepreneurship came in now. At the upper part, there is one of the physically challenged person himself, and below another person as well. Do we involve them in the work they want? Now, the entrepreneur stage is that they are trying themselves to make this wheelchair sell everywhere in the world. And they are also now recruiting other physically challenged themselves. They come to our lab, we train them, what is your challenge? How best can we customize your wheelchair? Then we produce it for you. If you are far away, there are a lot of alternatives we can use to get to you and know how we can design your wheelchair. So these physically challenged people have now set up a small company on their own. Now they are manufacturers in quotes. So that's the entrepreneurial section that we add to in an inclusive version. Sorry, that was too fast. Yes, we did not end there. If you go to our stand, we have this wheelchair as the one here. This is the one for Rabbi. Though they are physically challenged, they also want to entertain themselves, not just to go to anywhere. This is more like a playing one. So it's a defensive and offensive wheelchairs. So when they are playing their Rabbi game, you can see how it is. If you go outside, you see more properly there. Have a kit to protect their leg. So it's more like entertainment. So you can use to go entertain themselves, play their games. They'll be in their wheelchairs, which are not the normal one, but protective one. They can play their Rabbi game. We have the one for children, for entertainment, disability children. So we are just developing all those projects to make sure that it gets to every part of the world to help the physically challenged live their life more comfortably. This is just the image of the defensive wheelchair I'm talking about. Yes, now coming to the main guy behind the scene. Maybe you may see me here talking, but the two gentlemen below are the people every day who are just sitting somewhere there. Colleagues, wave to them to see you. Yeah, they are actually in their lab every day doing this work. I'm just here talking. Yes. So when we finish, please meet them at the stand. They will give you more info. Prof. June is our boss, the one that directs all this stuff. That's why he's there. He's the one that directs all the affairs. And these two gentlemen are in the lab making sure that all those wheelchairs are being developed. On that note, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please give him a wonderful round of applause. Honestly, for me, that is innovation at its best. And there's a quote by Thomas Edison who says that there's a better way to do it, find it. And I think, we can look at certain things and go, it's always been the same, what else could we do with it? And it really takes us applying ourselves and going, oh, here's a better way to do it. And we're going to make that happen. So really fantastic work that you guys are doing. Thank you so much. I'd like to give a shout out to some of the people that are watching us. Sfiso Duma, who's watching from Mpumalanga. Thank you so much for connecting with us. And I also see Deirdre, but she might be in the room as well. Is Deirdre here? No, so she's also just joining us virtually. But thank you so much to the community that's online. Please do keep commenting, sharing with us some of your quotes, and remember to use hashtag Unite to Grow as well as hashtag IAU Dissemination. So moving on to our next showcase partner. They are from the Durban University of Technology, and their project was focused around carbon literacy. So if you remember back the conversation earlier on this morning when UKZN was presenting, and one of the speakers mentioned the importance of understanding climate change is going, do we have the right kind of education in that space, right? So please welcome Professor Sunday Ojo to tell us a bit more about what they are doing with carbon literacy.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope the food hasn't made you dozing. I hope I will cheer you up. Our project is carbon literacy for youth employability and job creation in Sub-Saharan Africa. That's the partnership. The IAU, they call it, basically called Network Partnership. You can see the UK project lead, the Sheffield Island University. We have DUT as the Sub-Saharan African project lead. Then we have our ecosystem player there, Innovate Durban. Then we have Ladoke Akintola University from Nigeria, as well as Kisi University in Kenya as the partner. We need to align the selection of our project with the IAU goals and objectives, and then we have defined the goal of our project as we have seen. There's need to enhance the capacity of Sub-Saharan Africa youths to explore green innovation and entrepreneurship opportunities for employability enhancement and job creation. Also, we have the goal also to strengthen to contribute to strengthening the capacity of Sub-Saharan African higher education institutions to integrate carbon literacy for innovation and entrepreneurship into their academic curriculum provisioning and research and innovation agenda. To put things in context, we are dealing with a twin challenge of climate change and youth employment in the Sub-Saharan Africa. As you are aware, which has been commented here, there's the youth population bulge in Sub-Saharan Africa. This could turn out to be demographic dividend or ticking time bomb. It all depends on how the issue of youth employment is dealt with. That's very, very key. Now, from our initial study, we discover that the climate change challenge and youth employment challenge, they are interrelated and they are context defined. You know, of course, every problem is context defined, and that is why we cannot extrapolate solution provided in one context just straight away directly into another context to solve what apparently similar problem. As you may be aware, our economy, the various economic sectors in Sub-Saharan Africa, are very reliant on natural resources and climate. And on one hand, all the degradation effects of the climate change poses a challenge to economic growth and employment. On the other hand, the various adaptation measures to climate change to reduce carbon footprint, you know, they offer green innovation entrepreneurship opportunities for job creation while increasing the resilience of the existing ones. It's only logical to provide an integrated, contextualized solution to this twin challenge of Sub-Saharan Africa. What is the problem we are trying to address? Basically, it's how to leverage Sub-Saharan Africa contextualized carbon literacy for youth employability and job creation in Sub-Saharan Africa. Now, to those of us who are into research, every research must have an argument. We reduce the problem to this, that we want to validate the argument that a socio-economically Sub-Saharan Africa contextualized carbon literacy can enable the leveraging of carbon literacy for youth employment and job creation in Sub-Saharan Africa contexts such as Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. Now, we discovered from our initial study in phase 1 that commonly carbon literacy is used as an instrument, as a measure, you know, to educate people to be aware of the climate change, the effects of their activities on the environment, and then be able to encourage behavioral change, positive change towards the climate. Now, what you have in purple is the common definition of carbon literacy, as we find in the literature. But we argue that in the context of Sub-Saharan Africa, we cannot make carbon literacy as an end in itself, rather must be a means to an end. So we redefined carbon literacy as defined in the UK definition of carbon literacy. So we have defined it as you have in the purple, that we now extend it to say as a leverage to opening up access, say, green innovation entrepreneurship opportunities for individual, community, and national and socio-economic well-being. So you will see the rationale behind the solution we are providing. This is our methodology, as we call it, or how we have modeled things. As you can see, we make provision. What you have here, we have the carbon literacy for green innovation entrepreneurship module learning management system platform, which we developed. But how did we develop this? This arrow is telling us that we draw the information from a source. We first build a new knowledge area, which we have called Carbon Literacy for Green Innovation Entrepreneurship, with two modules, the Carbon Literacy and Green Innovation Entrepreneurship Literacy. And we use sustainability design thinking as a problem-solving framework, when we're integrating these two literacy knowledge areas, carbon literacy and green innovation entrepreneurship. What did we do? We adapted the MMU, Manchester Metropolitan University, Carbon Literacy Training Toolkit, developed for the UK context. We adapt this into the first module, which you have the series of it here, the one in purple. That is the carbon literacy topics that we developed. Then we have the green one, Green Innovation Entrepreneurship module. Then we found the UK South African Tech Hub Launch League Toolkit, also funded by the British High Commission in partnership with the South African government. So we engage this, we adapt that also to build up our green innovation entrepreneurship. Adaptation is a form of invention. That is the principle guiding our decision here. Now, what we did when we built up this knowledge area, we developed toolkit, a digital toolkit, using Moodle as our learning management system platform to be able to develop materials that we can digitally train youths from different sources. I will explain that shortly. Now, you can see that we also established what we call a dialogue forum, where we invited a number of people in South Africa. For example, we focus on all the universities of technologies. University of Technology, we invited them to a forum, a 2-day, two sessions in 2 days that we have for us to dialogue on this new idea we have developed to integrate into academic curriculum in universities and such innovation activities. Now, the effect on higher education that we expect, institutions, the strengthening of the carbon literacy for green innovation entrepreneurship, academic capacity, for them to be able to integrate or mainstream to their thing, and then the knowledge empowerment of youths about not only about the climate change, but how they can benefit from measures to mitigate climate change. As you can see, I think I moved something up here. Bear with me. Now, that's just to bring a bit more clarity if my complex structure, is confusing to people. Now, that's what we are talking about. This is what we're taking 50 youths, participants from Kenya, from Nigeria, and South Africa. We had a blended learning approach, which is the delivery mode, which is diversity aware, by which we mean that we have youths gathered in the laboratory in Kisii University in Kenya, another laboratory in Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, Nigeria, and then DUT, the laboratory there. The delivery of these materials were done. For instance, the carbon literacy were done from Nigeria, LAUTECH, as also from Kenya, KSU, while we deliver the Green Innovation Entrepreneurship from DUT to all the participants in the 3 locations. So that's what I mean is blended delivery mode. Then we had a pre and post training CL for GIE knowledge assessment. We assessed their knowledge before and then after. We conducted a T-test analysis, and the result which shows significant difference, between the knowledge they had before and what they have after. We also conducted sentiment analysis, result also that show positive sentiment towards what we are taking them through. Now, this from DUT, participant, South Africa, participant from based in DUT laboratory, that's the laboratory we use for this purpose. You can see LAUTECH in Nigeria, that's there. And then, of course, Kenya is more flamboyant, even they have T-shirts, they have everything there. And, of course, our officials from the British Council had the time to check upon us, to see whether we are doing it right or not. We left them to be happy by the time they left us. So these are you can recognize 2 British Council people there. Then the way leadership of the project based in DUT. Now, just rounding up, now what is it we have made out here that we have to show? Now, one, we created Sub-Saharan African contextualized carbon literacy for green innovation entrepreneurship knowledge, a body of knowledge area. To our knowledge, we don't find it in literature anywhere. It's the combination of carbon literacy and green innovation entrepreneurship literacy, which we have called carbon literacy for green innovation entrepreneurship literacy. That's what we call it there. Then we created the Moodle-enabled digital management systems platform, which we have used to train those 50 youths. We conducted the training workshops for those 50 youths from those 3 countries. We established postgraduate research and innovation, education and training, knowledge thematic areas. And we've recruited some doctoral and master students currently studying this area. When British Council is asking for sustainability, we believe by creating critical mass of people with capacity to work in this area, not only to teach it, but also to research in this area, we're building that critical mass of people with that capacity will be able to sustain it. That's our thinking. We established a dialogue forum, which I said we invited educational institutions, colleagues from Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa, and then the ecosystem player. We gathered virtual, and we had those 2 sessions, 2 different days, and it was well received. And of course, our project is the award winner. We scooped the IAU Oscars Award, voted most impactful project during the program period, thanks to the organizers. And just in finishing, what's our next step? Where are we going? We work from February to January next year. We should have ready a full-fledged green innovation and entrepreneurship curriculum with a framework for its higher education institutional integration into academic curriculum, research, innovation, research and innovation in each areas, and then our short learning programs. Now universities, we pilot with our 3 universities involved. The UK one, they will amend what they are already doing because they are focusing on carbon literacy alone. Partner institutional stakeholder engagement will be on so that we ensure that there's ownership of what we are doing. It's not that we are imposing anything. Now, we are evolving this, our current module-enabled digital platform, into a massive open online course, which they equally called MOOC. You know, one of us will be in Germany in the next, throughout the month of March. British country, you can close your ears. We are spending our own money. So we want to understudy the European MOOC. If we can adapt, we believe we can adapt. They've invited us, to come around and research with them, how we can adapt that so that we adapt to the Sub-Saharan African context. So we transform our module-enabled platform into that. We will be following up on our dialogue forum, and then, of course, we intend to be having summer schools. In closing, we've seen a paradigm shift in the British Council development funding project funding. The British, the common thing before is that whoever pays the piper dictates the tune. So we're giving you the money, we must dictate what you do with it. But now, they brought the money to us, and they say, find a developmental challenge within the African, Sub-Saharan Africa context, and engage it. So we're really delighted. Let's give a rousing clapping to British country job. And we see it as an opportunity to provide African solutions to African problem, and then, by extension, to global problems. The Africa should cease to be knowledge consumers. We must be producing knowledge that others can learn from. African funding agencies, you are challenged by what British Council has done. Let's go forward on this. And lastly, we would like to invite you to our stand outside there at the end. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor Sunday. Please give him a round of applause. I really like that focus of mention to say that South Africans and Africa producing solutions to our own challenges and exporting those. And what I'm seeing coming through from the universities is that that work is happening. The world just needs to catch on, but we're there. And very top quality projects, really incredible insights, and I'm learning quite a lot. I'm just going to ask the sound team to please get the presentation for Showcase 8 ready, because we're going to do that next. And while they put that up, I wanted to share a quote with you from Nelson Mandela, who once said, "We can change the world and make it a better place. It is in our hands to make the difference." And looking at each of the projects that have been showcased today, it's really seeing how we're making that difference. I know a lot of the projects are in early stage, but we can see what the roadmap looks like. And we can say that we know in the next year, in the next 3 years, in the next 5 years, given the right support, they really can galvanize the support and action to make that difference. And we look forward to seeing that. Is our presentation ready? Yes, okay, great. So I'd like to invite, oh wait, can we pause? Not that one, the WITS one, Showcase 8, cool. So as they put that up, I'd like to welcome to the stage our next speaker from the University of Witwatersrand. And their program was focused around creating a WITS entrepreneurship clinic accelerator program. So they're going to be, I say they, but I actually can't see my speaker. Oh, is she speaking? Okay, she must come tell you her name, because I had the other gentleman's name down. So I was going to introduce Uskumbuzo, but I'll ask the lady to introduce herself when she comes up. Please give the WITS team a round of applause.
Thanks, Ziggy. Hello, everybody. As Ziggy is mentioning, Skhumbuzo, who is the lecturer and academic behind the Wits Entrepreneurship Clinic, was not feeling well. He absolutely had to go. So we're going to represent the university. I'll introduce myself. What he didn't tell me, and I will stick with his presentation and try and represent it. He didn't tell me about the video, but please play it. Oh, is it afterwards? Okay. Oh, my goodness. Okay. So my name is Lebo, and I'm in the Development and Fundraising Office at WITS, so that's the advancement side. And so my role in this project from the beginning has been what Richard was talking about, the activation office and people that connect people. So at the university, we're the office that connect our academics, our students, and the WITS community, including alumni for all of you who graduated at the best Johannesburg University, which is WITS. It's not Nzigi's one. So it's to connect all of you guys with everybody else that's interested in this. And that's why this was such a groundbreaking project, and that's why it was in the spirit of what we'd like to do. We just celebrated 100 years last year, and now we are like future-facing what's up in the next 100 years. And this is the kind of project that's also kind of there. I would like to also acknowledge a part of Skhumbuzo's crew, because this project sits within the School of Business Sciences. We have Kosi Khadebe and Eleanor Chipeta, who are, the academics. And thank you. And here we are with our partners within the AIU program and within the WITS Entrepreneurship Clinic. Ntobeko is representing the African ASEN, African Secular Economy Network, which is a network of, I think, over 100 or plus minus 100 institutions around Africa in the continent. And then next to him is Edwell Gumbo, who is in our WITS incubator, which we call the Tshimologong Digital Hub. It is in Braamfontein. It's 2 streets across from the university. It is an independent company. They look at digital entrepreneurship related things. Okay, let me do the 15 minutes thing quickly. So I've told you where the clinic sits. Okay, so obviously the problems or the overview of the clinic is a lot of what the other universities spoke about. We're trying to solve the problem of unemployment, youth unemployment. We produce these graduates. Where must they work? Where are they going to work? Then the entrepreneurial ecosystem in our country is not so strong, and there's the stats and what the researchers have found. And then also problems within the informal economy, like how do we represent the informal economy, what models can work, what policies can be influenced, what can be done to actually accommodate that, because it is quite there in our country. And all of this, of course, is underpinned by the 4th Industrial Revolution and the brilliant, nice challenges that it presents to us. Okay, I might not stick to how strict this is, but obviously the point with entrepreneurship and the entrepreneurship clinic, so the name, within the name, everybody comes to the clinic. You've got a headache, you were healthy today, but you broke your knee today, or whatever. So businesses come at a different stage to the clinic, and they will get all these services. And, here's this critical business that needs CPR. I don't know what this guy needs, but he needs help. And, but also observing that a lot of businesses fail so much. They fail so much. And how can we really help them? Because that is at that critical stage that Prof from Cape Peninsula spoke about. So why Skhumbuzo says the reasons, because they lack everything. So, and they need support and structure. And I think why he says they lack everything and they must come to the clinic is because you know, people that work at universities know this. The university is kind of like the place for, we've got so much resources, we've got so much, I mean, look at that. As I press, the things we have are going to pop up, you know. We help businesses basically in all aspects and in all their dynamism, whether it has to do with things like financial plans, like tangible things or whatever, accounting, I don't know why. Oh, okay, sorry guys, as I said, I'm representing somebody, but so this slide is much better in representing what I actually thought that one was saying, and it's about where the clinic is placed inside the university. You've got the teachers, the entrepreneurs, the mentors, intellectual property, kind of management of it and protection of it, the clinicians. So the clinicians in the context of our Wits Entrepreneurship Clinic are postgrad students of the School of Business Science that basically, you know, they know all this theory, they're expert, and, you know, it also bridges that gap between now the skills that people need are not so much the theory, but they can go out there and actually work with live businesses. And the learning that comes out of there is quite rich because it's practical, it's real life, and they will also learn as postgrad students from the real world, and that will in turn improve their curriculum and such, such a cycle and such a way of learning is really powerful. Then as a university, and especially in the entrepreneurship clinic, we're quite community facing. So of course, our students as supported by the project like the EDI of Richard spoke about it this morning. It supports the students a lot. It supports the academics a lot. But this clinic also is very community facing in that it supports informal businesses around Braamfontein, informal businesses in Soweto. We have a Wits rural campus. It supports that kind of work as well. So we can we are connected with these NGOs, the private sector, government. We can influence policy, and we are forever thankful for especially funding partners, because I'm a fundraiser, and, you know, I love Olipa and his and her team. So that's a little bit about the clinic. We launched it officially, so it was it was launched this year on the 20th of May, and has actually achieved quite a bit of what it has set out to do. It's mentioned here that it's accelerated businesses, but also the incubation part of it that Prof. Michael spoke about is where we also support these businesses, especially, they can come to Tshimologong for the digital aspect of their businesses. They can go to ASIN for the circular economy, sustainability related issues that affect businesses. And these are the pillars, really. There's advisory services, there's training, and there's research. I'm not going to go into the bullet points. And then transformational, I think I covered that in what I have been talking about when I was explaining other things. And then, in speaking to this theme, the successes have been the launch of this clinic in the first place. Those of you who are familiar with Wits will know that one of the best things about Wits is also the Wits Law Clinic, and that's where the law students is community facing. You have a law problem or a legal problem, you come to that clinic, the postgrad students will help you, but it's in real practice. They go to court with you, they do this and that, and it's quite one of our most successful community facing projects. So to launch this was really great. And then number 2 there, we are creating an online platform for entrepreneurs to reach us from anywhere in the country. So there we go again about us being everywhere. We have put together a clinician program purported to take entrepreneurs from idea to business, so that incubation, it's really supporting entrepreneurs. So if you're an entrepreneur and innovator in the room, you must ask yourself why you are not here. If you're an investor, if you're a funder, you must ask yourself why you're not part of this partnership as well. These pictures are, there's one from our launch in May. Our UK partner, which is the University of Edinburgh, they came with their VC and with their incubator. And in fact, one of the most exciting things we're doing with Edinburgh is, the clinicians and the mentors. So people like Bo, Kosi, and Eleanor and Skumbuzo act as mentors for these clinicians. They're going on an exchange program in Edinburgh because they have such a successful similar support like this. But the real success is that probably, I think it's 85, if not 90% of the businesses that they incubate actually stay and grow. They don't fail, which is the problem with a lot of our businesses. So the retention of those businesses is where they are really successful, and we are looking forward to learning from them. So that partnership is great in that way. This is, they're busy with this, is also still going on, training going on in Soweto with some small businesses there. Yeah. Okay, so these are the partners again. I've said a little bit about the University of Edinburgh, and as Nsigi is saying this, the representatives from the other two partners are here. So guys, if you want to say something, because it is the last slide, so.
Thank you, Lebu, and thank you, Nsigi. I was not going to say anything, but listening at the narrative this morning, where we are being invited to get involved and partner with all the programs. So in that context, I think it is important that I say a bit about African Circular Economy Network. We are a NPC registered in South Africa. We've got a representation and operations in 33 out of the 54 countries in Africa, with more than 100 experts in different fields, but our passion is circular economy. And quickly, what is circular economy? Mostly society looks at circular economy and think it's another fancy name for recycling or waste management. Circular economy is a resource management. And what we want to achieve is to create a circular and restorative economy in the continent. And how do we get there? We get there by making sure that we consume and produce differently. And from the speeches today, there are already circular economy principles that are being applied. The example from Central University of Technology, where you use locally available resources to make the wheelchairs. And you make the wheelchairs easily deassembled and fixed. That is circular economy, because by using local materials, you are reducing the emission of greenhouse gases, which talks to the climate program that Prof was talking about. And when you do that, you are then able to create employment locally, and people, they get away from the principle of taking from the environment. You manufacture, you use, you dispose. So that wheelchair, as the owner, without spending money, without going out of your way to get it fixed, you can take it apart, you fix it, and it goes and it lasts forever. Circular economy, it's about keeping materials and resources in circulation for as long as possible. Our involvement in VETS was to share those principles with the entrepreneurs. And in the context of high unemployment rate in South Africa and the continent, we are creating a new economy. Example is, if you do not follow the linear route, there are repair economies that can be created. There are remanufacturing economies that can be created. So any new economy is welcome in a society and the economy like South Africa. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'll be brief. Representing Tsimologong Digital Innovation Precinct, wholly owned by Wits University. So what we do is, our aim is to create world-leading African digital entrepreneurs. Digital innovation has started impacting many businesses today. It will impact many of the businesses to come. So it's important that when we talk about entrepreneurship, right from idea creation, idea conceptualization of a business, you start thinking of what technology is around you that can enable you to scale your business faster. Where entrepreneurship, the simplistic definition of entrepreneurship is solving a problem. So what problems do we have as a country? What problems do we have as a continent? So we're solving local, but with an eye to scale those solutions continentally and globally. And Simolo Hong exists as a vehicle through our partner vets, through this program, to say when students are coming up with ideas, some of them will be at ideation phase. We start building in and assisting them, build in, think of artificial intelligence. I know some of you are scared about artificial intelligence, Internet of Things. Some of you only looking at the negative aspects, are we being monitored? But there is so much positive that can come from digital innovation. For example, when you were working from home during lockdown, what was that? That's digital innovation. So it's impacting the world positively. And we want entrepreneurs to start considering that. And that's our role with Wits University. And to say, we're going to use digital innovation to scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing. Please give them a round of applause. And I'm sure we're all joining the dots and we're seeing connection. And one of the big things that I hope for is that the universities can work together as well and go, oh, this is what we've done. Let's, pollinate these ideas. Let's share these resources and see that shift away from silos. So our last university to showcase today, they weren't able to join us in person, but they do have a video for us, and that is the University of Free State. And I must say that I'm quite happy to see their UK partner was Glasgow Caledonian University, because that's where I did my master's in social innovation. So I was like, oh, look at all these people coming together. So I'm going to ask the team at the back to please play their video on their project titled Say See. Thank you.
The Innovation for African Universities project is a project that seeks to foster the culture of entrepreneurship and innovation across selected markets in Sub-Saharan Africa. The second goal of the project is to enable the development of skills that are necessary to develop industries, businesses, services, as well as products.
The CISA project is supporting youth in social entrepreneurship. It is where we take youth, and in our case it's students, and we network them with an NGO, a non-profit organization, so that they can combine their ideas and their resources to be able to produce social entrepreneurial ideas and initiatives.
The workshops that they've had throughout the whole programme have just been some of the most enjoyable workplace experience I've had, because when you go into these workshops, everybody's interested in achieving the same thing, in having impact, and working with students in looking for ways to apply entrepreneurship to have impact. And that could be huge. For us, it's social impact, but there are other projects involved in the IAU who are different, but there are so many similarities, and learning from the different universities within Africa, within the UK, as well as the ecosystem players and what they're doing, has been very beneficial for us as people, but also for our project as well, to learn, and there are opportunities to develop with these universities, with other partnerships, and it's a really important aim that the IAU have, and I hope that it continues moving forward.
So we have 9 projects in South Africa under the IAU program, and this one at the University of the Free State is focusing on social entrepreneurship, which is a very important area to work in.
As a university, one of the things that we're very keen on is ensuring that the graduates that leave our university have a range of attributes. And some of those attributes include being engaged citizens, individuals who understand who they are, where they are, the need for them to serve society. One of the dilemmas of our continent and this country is the enormous challenges, social challenges, whether it is in the context of unemployment, whether it is in the context of social problems that are as a consequence of unemployment. And secondly, in addition, we are a youthful population in South Africa, but also on the continent.
The project SICE, from my perspective, is really about training young people, giving them the opportunity to interface with NGOs, with mission-led organizations, social enterprises, and to bring expertise in enterprise and entrepreneurship with a social mission into some of these organizations that they've had the opportunity to work with.
So we've got similar projects working with students in Europe, also in South Asia, and we've also done similar projects in Latin America and Southeast Asia as well. But what the UFS brings is an understanding of context and also their involvement in working with students entrepreneurially. And then critically important with Challenges Ghana is the practitioner actually engaging with the entrepreneurial ecosystem on a day-to-day basis.
Let me start first by saying that the British Council has been an unbelievably strong friend of this country and our continent over the many, many decades. Many individuals have benefited from their support in terms of developing them to be able to add value to our continent. As a university, we are also particularly privileged to have had their support and the assistance of the British Council in doing exactly the same thing.
We broke down the workshop into various parts, and then GCU contributed to certain parts, both in terms of the social entrepreneurial mindset and also in terms of soft skills, but so did the University of the Free State and Challenges Ghana as well. So together we created this programme and then delivered it together as well.
Partnerships are very, very important in this process because, first of all, British Council funding the whole process, funding the 24 projects, and then in our project we have 3 partners, main partners. It's the University of the Free State, Glasgow Caledonian University, and Challenges Ghana.
We all brought something very different to the table, and together it created this programme that I think is quite a dynamic programme. It's very flexible, it can be introduced in a lot of different contexts as well. I think because of the short time that we've had to implement, and we were very ambitious in what we were trying to achieve in terms of not only providing some theory and some skills and some tools to the students, but also providing them with the opportunity to apply that learning in a real workplace that are very much embedded in communities.
So basically what we try to do is to provide solutions to problems that bring impact, but then also inculcate within it sustainability from the market and enterprise perspective, SYSE or SICE. It's an initiative that has been initiated by British Council to put together partners from academia, private sector, and then ecosystem enablers to be able to support young people with useful skills in employability and entrepreneurship. Particularly for our case, we are focusing on social entrepreneurship, and this is key because for Challenges Group and by extension Challenges Ghana, we are extremely key when we are extremely focused on things that bring impact to society and impact in the life of young people.
I've just recently started a business, so I just wanted something that could challenge me, something that could teach me more about the business world that is dominated by men since I'm a female. So I just wanted to learn new things and meet different people.
I decided to become part of this SICE project because I wanted to make a change. I could see that my community needed the help. I thought I was creating an impact for other people, but I didn't know it was going to be impactful in my life. And I found it to be such a big learning experience for me in terms of my schooling, as well as just relating with people. It's past my expectation in that regard.
When I went into it, I had the wish, or not the wish necessarily, but then the desire to learn how I would one day structure my own NGO if I were to actually do it. So that was my motivating factor, like the one reason behind it. One thing that attracted me to it is that I see that it's about NGOs, and then I already have founded my own foundation back at home. So I saw that opportunity as a platform for me to learn.
working with 10 NGOs, and it's from a startup that's running for a year to a very vast umbrella NGO that has been working for 120 years.
It's been hugely beneficial, and it sort of all brings back what we've been doing, working internationally between our own offices, what's actually happening on the ground and what we can take from that and learn from it moving forward.
We have met organisations that work with people with addiction issues. We've seen organisations that work with young children, with daycares, with early learning centres. We've seen agricultural projects. We've been very far out to rural areas. We've also been in some of the townships and more of the urban areas.
When the students came, they brought that energy that allowed us to step our game upwards and explore new ideas.
Selling acha, paraffin, the upcoming ones that are coming that are still on the pipeline are selling eggs, bakery, printing and copying. Yes.
It helps us because we used to have a burden of sometimes we take long because we have to borrow money there and there to buy the gas in order to cook, to buy some spices and all those things. But since this project came, we're working nicely.
Sometimes you tend to think that you being the project initiator and the one who is seeing the figures and all the observations around the world based on research, you know more than them. But you go on the ground and you end up being the one educated.
The social entrepreneurship element was something that caught my attention too, because I knew it was a skill base I don't have. I know that it's a knowledge base that's short and much needed in an environment like this. It came at a time when we needed to understand we need to be self-sustainable. We can't depend on donors. The moment you go into a conversation with students from a different faculty, they ask different questions, and so you're triggered to respond differently and think differently about what the needs are of the shelter.
I knew we're gonna create an impact, right? But I didn't know that it was gonna be impactful in my life. It's one thing to be an entrepreneur, right? So that's me selling, creating, generating an income, right? But for me, social entrepreneurship is where I'm able to bring an impact in the lives of people in and around me. And now I'm thinking more in terms of skills, like what skills can I learn, what skills can the people around me learn, so that we create a better space, for ourselves. That has brought like a ripple effect where people are also then seeing that, oh, I have that ability within me to create a change in my space and in the community around me.
It was really contagious, the enthusiasm throughout these projects. We started to think about ways of doing sustainable projects, where you can really create something that can create a sustainable income over time. How you can create money without asking people for money. So I think that's a very important shift that came about in the last 3 years in charities. They maybe thought that they're going to be much more hands-on, but the importance of marketing and the importance of being structured in your projects to make sure that you get the best out of it is so important in a charity.
I feel like I've grown a lot since I've started Intact, and more especially with ALDA, because we work a lot with ALDA. So it has shaped me in a way that I now feel more ready. Even if there is anxiety in the future of will my NGO sustain or not, I will know what to do, how to actually fix problems that arise.
This whole experience helped me think, I would say, more maturely about how I go about things, like using the channels that are already existing to make things happen. It was really overall mind-wrecking. You had to think about everything as a big picture. It was really mind-blowing.
Social entrepreneurship has been a light bulb for me.
So the way forward, we would hope that we could expand it, and this was only a pilot. The ultimate aim is that the students will start their own social enterprises.
I wish I was young. I wish I was much younger. It's one of the most lasting impressions as anybody who has been in the education system is to be able to see how young people have grown. And today is no different in the sense that where we started with this group of young people and where we are today, it really is night and day.
So for me now, I'm gonna take all the knowledge that I have and try to see how can I take the ideas I've learned from others, the ideas that I've listened from the people from Ghana. They have such an amazing ideas.
When I see things now, I'm already thinking, how can we make this bigger?
So some of them have started exploring opportunities outside of the community and trying to engage other NGOs.
I was over my head. I was the youngest NGO member there, and I was very unprepared for what this was going to turn out to be, and it is huge.
This experience has been life-changing.
A lot of them want to change the world, and this has been quite a good experience, I think, for them to see that you can change things on a big scale but with small action.
And I think this is really just the start of something that we hope can sort of multiply and be of use.
I think this experience might impact me in terms of, in fact, I feel like it's already impacting me in how I think as it is.
The world is a difficult place and there are lots of challenges going on, and sometimes in my work I feel quite removed from seeing that change happening, and it's always great to see young people because they have a real passion and a real drive.
You know, it's been a lot of work, it's been a lot of hard work, it's been a lot of very fast work, but it's also been extremely enjoyable, extremely rewarding, and just looking forward to seeing what the students and the youth across Ghana and South Africa achieve.
Social entrepreneurship is needed in everyone. You need social entrepreneurship.
And I'm a big believer and a big supporter in social entrepreneurship. When we look at South Africa and the continent and all the social challenges that exist, I think majority of those challenges are things that can be turned into business opportunities and create sustainability. And the end goal of social entrepreneurship being able to move people out of poverty and need and being able to afford life in general, right? So raising that entire pyramid. A big thank you to all of our University IAU network partners from this morning: University of KwaZulu-Natal, Mangosuthu University of Technology, Cape Peninsula University of Technology, Central University of Technology, the Durban University of Technology, the University of the Free State, University of Johannesburg, and University of Witwatersrand, and to the University of Stellenbosch in absentia. You are doing such phenomenal work. Please give them all a round of applause. So we're getting ready for our panel discussion, but I want you to be ready and focused for our panel discussion. So we're just going to ask that we do a quick body break, so a quick 5-minute stretch. There's tea in the lobby, so if you want to grab a quick refreshment, you can. But I can also ask that you think about your questions so that when we get into our panel discussion, we can fire away. As well as for the people joining us online, if you have any questions, please submit them through and we can put those through to our panel. And then a quick reminder as well to please give your suggestions. So go to the registration table and tell us what you think we can do better on one of these, or just share your thoughts with us on one of those. We would like to hear from you. So if you can all please be back in the room and seated by 1:15 so that we can start our panel discussion. Thank you. So welcome back. We are continuing with our IAU showcase and knowledge dissemination. And we are going into the last part of today, which is going to be our panel discussion. And I want to say thank you very much to all of our panelists for making the time to be with us today. And I'm not going to read your full bios in the interest of time, but I think most of our panelists are people that you know because we asked the network partners who you would like to hear from, and these are some of the names that came through. So our first, as the panelists come up, can I please just ask you to fill up from the second chair and then go that way? So our first panelist is Risuna Maluleke. He is the youth development devotee with a specific focus in entrepreneurship and education, and he is the Chief Entrepreneurship Officer of the Young African Entrepreneurs Institute and Managing Director of Youth Village Africa. He also serves on as an executive chairman of EdTech Solutions and a non-executive board member of the Field Band Foundation, and he has held many past positions for small businesses, student development, and has served on several boards. And in addition, he has also served as part of the community of practice for EDI. So welcome to Risuna. Joining him is Jesse Naidu. Jesse is an award-winning social entrepreneur with a passion for people, the planet, and out-of-the-box solutions, which you'll hear comes from his engineering brain. He holds a master's in business leadership from the School of Business Leadership, UNISA, and he also started Clothes to Good, which is a multi-award-winning clothing recycling company that creates jobs, starts micro businesses, and empowers the unemployed, including people living with disabilities. And I think we'll get some interesting insights from him. And then a familiar face to the stage, please welcome Dr. Thea van der Westhuizen. She is from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. She's an academic leader and lecturer as well for management and entrepreneurship discipline. She's a senior lecturer and SFTP program manager and academic graduate school and business leadership. She's also part of the COP, was it Learning and Development? Yeah, the COP for Learning and Teaching at EDI, so please give her a round of applause. And then our final, yes, give her a round of applause, please. And our final panelist joining us is Chitso Mosolodi. He is the director of Snake Nation, a disruptive culture, content, and technology company based in Atlanta and in Cape Town, South Africa, for creative rebels in field, music, art, fashion, gaming, and technology. So for all the young people who are like, yeah, this has been great, but where are my creatives at? This is your creative, right? Snake Nation is a platform that helps multicultural millennials creators build an audience, distribute their products, and monetize their work via Snake Nation's VNM Venom crypto token, allowing Africans to own their narrative in the global creative economy. Their company has won several awards, and he's also currently working with the All African Student Union in rolling out student empowerment clubs and student societies across 2,800 universities in Africa. That's fantastic. Please give them all a round of applause. I'm just going to ask that I suppose the three of you down there can share a mic, and then Risuna and I can share a mic.
Test?
Yeah, all the mics are good. Okay, so welcome. Thank you so much for... Are we comfortable? I feel like I'm looking over people to see everybody. Are we good? Is this... we're happy with the setup? Okay, fabulous. So I think I really... And also, we will open up the floor to conversations to everybody. So just a quick instruction on that. The black thing in front of you, it has a microphone, so you just lift the microphone at the back, and then you press the green button, and we'll be able to hear your question. It's like being at the UN, you know? Yeah. Or Parliament, you know, whatever it is. Here we are, change makers in the room, you know, discussing things together. Okay, so I want to start with, the conversation of what we're looking at today is really to say that how do we ensure that we're bolstering the ecosystem as we continue to support African universities at the forefront of innovation and entrepreneurship? And I think most of you have been here throughout the day. So if you can maybe just share with us from the perspective of the work that you're doing and how you think that can link up to the universities and some of the key things we should be focused on as it pertains to how do we make sure this ecosystem actually works. So I see Chito is nodding very well there at the end. So I'll start with you, and maybe we'll pass it down this way.
Okay, thank you, Ausi. I think just looking at the stuff that we've been doing with the BIIC, we know that the best way of rolling out programs in universities, you basically need to use a bottom-up approach. Most active structures are your political organization and religious structures, which are fully run by university students. And we've also seen with a couple of other programs that the universities have been trying to push. Lecture rooms are empty, you know, and they are just struggling to get the numbers. But the moment you start flipping around things, and then you basically get the students to be the ones in the forefront of pushing those initiatives, you'll start getting the numbers. And that's what we've been doing at the BIIC. It's basically finding the best way of linking that bottom-up structure with having your top down. And I think that's what Prof. Darko must start with the BIIC project.
Tia, could you add to that? And I think maybe also just highlight, you know, being on the ground, working with the students, some of the practical challenges that doesn't really make that work, or that does
Is
that
there, is
in
there a
working
different
better?
approach that I can take to the answer on ecosystem?
Yes.
Because I want to break the terminology down to its etymology on what it means. So the ecosystem is a Greek word. And from Greek, ecosystem literally means it's from biology. So it's a grouping of living and breathing things. And social sciences took over this term. So we personified this thing from biology, and that is what we're busy with. Now, in a biological or the ancient Greek ecosystem, the thing that live, that thing that pump and make it live, is the heart. Our heart and our internal organs. And if we link that to our entrepreneurial ecosystems and the way how we breathe and group ourselves together and form our system, that thing that binds us together, our projects here together, our ecosystem together, and through the British Council, this Unite to Grow is literally blowing life and inspiration into this ecosystem. And we did say, when we start to transform it through higher education, stop teaching, start inspiring. From what we are doing, the very core of the terminology ecosystem says, get that heartbeat going, get that inspiration going. And what we are busy now is bringing life to this personified entrepreneurial ecosystem. And yes, we've got our challenges, but we are moving in a way from classical education to where all of us, I mean, I felt so inspired listening to our colleagues and what we are doing. We are inspiring each other. We are creating life in our entrepreneurial ecosystems. So challenges, yeah. Our starting point, I think, is hitting the heart set. We are hitting the entrepreneurial heart set of the ecosystem. And that etymologies, let me go back to my language, is hitting it on the spot. So I'm hearing you and I'm hearing the colleagues, and I think the British Council created a phenomenal opportunity to put the heart back into the ecosystem.
Jesse, I'm interested in your perspective because you've worked with universities, you've also received funding from different organizations. So I think across the board, you cut into a lot of sectors that are represented here today. You know, so how do you see the ecosystem thing playing out?
Okay, so the first thing is that it was initially very challenging because I think all of us grew up in shareholder value. We've been indoctrinated in a certain way of thinking. We have this value cycle approach. There's a start and an end. And I think that the type of work we do in closing the loop is a totally different business model, right? It is not shareholder value. It's New Capitalist Manifesto where we actually creating a value cycle, a circular economy. So we don't even use the word value chain anymore. We use the word value cycle. And coming back to your ecosystem because it's a living and a being. So when we, one of our big challenges as a clothing recycling organization for the fashion industry, so the types of brands we work with is Nike, Levi's, H&M, Tommy Hilfiger, CK, all the ones you know and love. And one of our biggest challenges is about 10% of our waste is denim. So we put it out there and said, guys, how are we going to solve this? How are we going to solve this problem? You know, because we're gathering more and more of it. And in this value cycle thinking of not own and control, but rather how do we move to a business model where we're not trying to do the most with the least or just trying to work together, we were pleasantly surprised because we do have the knowledge and the skills in this country. We did put all the hard work in the different verticals that each university does. So to give you a practical example, we have literally thousands of children in our country, if not more, and adults that either are affected by autism, ADHD, or anxiety. I would argue half of our country is in anxiety, right? So we have tons of denim that we get in many tons every single month. We put it out there. The University of Pretoria, fashion design students, Tommy Hilfigers themselves, Levi's in South Africa, H&M, who allows you to recycle your denim in any store in the country, helped us. So did UKZN's Advanced Textile Laboratories team, because one of the biggest costs of getting the weight in a denim weighted blanket is glass, crushed glass. So the team from UKZN figured out how in a crushing machine that's crushing millions of tons of glass can round that glass and bring the cost of glass from 50 Rand a kg to 5 Rand a kg. So that millions of people in the future can have the advantage of a weighted blanket, a weighted vest, or a weighted toy and deal with their issues in their own country. So that's just an example of some of the wonderful things that are sitting here. It's just a matter of us just putting our egos down and working together.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that point, because one of the things that came out in the discussion earlier on is how do we utilize the research that's coming out of universities so that it translates easily into creating products and services. So how Clothes to Good has been able to tap into research and development happening at universities, I think is an eye-opener. Ristan, I want to come to you from an accelerator perspective. You know, how do you see us playing together better in the ecosystem and some of the things that need to change?
Okay, thank you. As introduced, my name is Rasuna Malek. I think it's easier actually to speak last, you know, when there's a question, because you just have to say, I agree with everyone, you know, and then you just like leave it at that, you know. Yeah. So but what I just want to say is that, you know, in agreement with, you know, the colleagues here, is that for you to understand the ecosystem, you understand, you know, it from a geography perspective and science, as you're saying, that it's a geographic location, you know, when you're speaking about science, biology, where all these organisms then, like, you know, get to live together, you know, feed on one another and so on. Then when you come to a university space, then you now need to understand the university as the geographic location, where now who are the key people and who are the key players for you to be able to now bring all these people together in order for you to have an effective, you know, approach to driving innovation and so on. As my brother said there, and that we need to understand who's the key stakeholder within the university, the students, you know. All these programs that we are doing them for the students. And on the other hand, because the university is driven by learning, teaching, you know, and research and so on, then you need to understand the fundamental reason why the university space actually exists, you know. So we then drive our innovation then from that, and how then do we leverage on other existing parties where you find, like, you know, the supporting structures such as student affairs, you know, student development programs and so on. Then from an acceleration point of view, I think what then needs to happen, because I've heard all the presentations that, you know, the colleagues were making here, what then we need to look at is how do we now start looking into private and public sector, you know, partnerships that are then going to enable this kind of growth that we're looking into. And then that is also development of programs, as Prof is saying, that we should stop just, like, you know, teaching things and start inspiring. And how do you inspire? Then you need to then borrow from those who are actually working on these things, who are doing these things, and you bring them onto campus for those that are learning about those things, to leverage on experience. And when you bring those two together, you're then going to have a formidable, you know, combination, so that we see now entrepreneurship education
moving from just educational skills now being translated into new venture creation, and we get to see also commercialization of research, because you need to understand that on the other hand, we have entrepreneurial universities driving commercialization, utilizing facilities within university to say, how do we generate an income from this? But on the other hand, what we need to see now, it's entrepreneurial students or graduates. And when we get to see those, it then means that we need entrepreneurial professionals, and then we need also new venture creation in the sense of those who pursue entrepreneurship as a post-graduate kind of a career, just like you are doing now, Ntsiki. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those inputs. And I think some of the key things that you can keep the mic, because I'm going to ask you another question now. So that key thing, so I think oftentimes when we look at entrepreneurship, we don't really qualify the kinds of entrepreneurs that we look at, right? So we can say there's a lot of entrepreneurs, but a lot of them might be survival entrepreneurs. So when you talk about the types of entrepreneurs that can come in and drive innovation and so forth, is there an adequate enough match at the moment between what accelerators are looking for and can kind of help scale up, and what is actually coming through into the accelerator space? And how do universities, I suppose, begin to make sure that you're receiving the kinds of entrepreneurs that you can then support and scale up their businesses?
Okay, so now when you speak about the types of entrepreneurs, so here's the thing, okay, as you say that survivalists, and all those kind of things. I think what is more important, the biggest question, if you are to find someone who's selling tomatoes because, they did not get a job and then now they just want to survive and so on. Or maybe find a student on campus who's washing shoes for someone, just because they want to get by the month and all those kind of things. And when you find that particular person, what then you need to do is, how do you then create an enabling environment for that particular person such that when they transition out of university, this thing does not just die out. It does not become just like, by the way, when I was at university and so on. Because that is the lowest hanging fruit. Already, if I find you selling tomatoes, if I find you there's one student who's selling eggs, at VETS, we offer our seed program to different universities as the Young African Entrepreneurs Institute. So VETS is one of our, partners or clients, if I should put it like that. He's selling eggs. But now when he came into the program, now he's actually seeing that instead of him now actually going around to sell these eggs, he knows who the supplier is. He can now start giving the eggs to the students to now start selling, and they are making an income. Then he becomes a middleman in a sense. And in the future, then he becomes a supplier of the eggs. And as he grows, then he becomes a person who now trains people now on how to produce eggs and so on. That is how we just need to think about it in terms of when we are setting up a pipeline, what is our end goal? Because we cannot start all this work and initiatives that we're trying to do just without understanding what is the end objective or what is the end goal. We need to understand that before we even speak about acceleration. What are we looking at from entrepreneurial development, of the mindset, and then now going into these guys either going for new venture creation, and then others now taking into professionals and so on. So in terms of whether we are ready for that or the pipeline that comes through, I think what is more important is the universities need to take it from a basic level where we create an enabling environment where people can think without any cost to them. Thank you.
Fantastic. Yes.
As we are doing a panel discussion, I almost feel a level of concern when we right. So our need of our work and the basic and the entry level, and then we are here in the higher education space. My background, 10 years of work in the Middle East. I saw a place called Ruwais. In a space of 10 years, went from a settlement to a city. Ruwais got the world's first drive-in McDonald's in the desert, right? When we worked with the youth on that side, they came up with 2 billion plus project plans. For example, a factory turning green carbon black. I feel there's a desperate need for high-end social innovation. And if you take counterparts in age groups, the level of innovation and the level of social innovation. So let's say if we raise, as educators, youth, that when they start their business, let's say our eggs and our farmings and our car washes, but the same age group counterpart in the Northern Hemisphere come up with a $2 billion factory to turn green carbon black and move a settlement to a city, what is happening to our value-added national economy and the level of our social innovation? So we're in the dichotomy of upskilling from basic, but also phenomenally a need of high impact, thought generative, to come up with high-end social innovation. So to accelerate that, I don't know. How can we accelerate high-impact social innovation, breed that minds right here that can come up with thought to build a $2 billion, to create thought to build a $2 billion factory?
Sure.
And please, from the floor,
yeah.
We need not only to look at the entry level, high impact. That is our country's competition.
Yeah, and I think just to add before he can take off, I think what is more important as well, Nsiki, that we need to look at is that we cannot have the high end and high impact without understanding context. I think context is supposed to be where we start from, because when you say high end in Limpopo, in Guyana, the village that I come from, is different to high end in Johannesburg, where I now reside. Then now, how do we get students across the board to understand innovation within their own context so that they come up with this high impact that we're speaking about? For example, within a contextual perspective, innovation within, like, the area and the township that, and the village that I come from, they could now be thinking about, how do I turn tires into chairs where people can sit, creating garden chairs and all those kind of things. But on the other end, when you come to Johannesburg, perhaps people now are thinking of, how do I create a table or a desk which can be folded by a remote and all those kind of things. So it is both high end depending on where you are sitting from. So I think where we need to start tackling this matter is, when we are teaching innovation and driving innovation, how do we ensure that the people that we are engaging with are understanding the context that is Afrocentric one, technology-driven, and taking into consideration the green economy as it rises.
That is putting it together well.
Yeah.
I agree. Research that we've done, because I couldn't understand, if we work so long and so hard in the higher education space, why after stop teaching, start inspiring? And I think if we really need to reflect at our universities, to come up with that innovations is hard. Why? And what you just said, it takes a long time to innovate self.
Yeah.
And self as the core of the ecosystem.
Cool. So I'd like to bring Jesse and Chito in over here. So Jesse, from your side is the fact that 2011 you thought about Clothes to Good, and I think for the better part that you've been operating, it's been trying to get people to understand the level of innovation, right? So I think that's one aspect of how do we overcome where everybody else is. And on the far end, so you guys have crypto, right? And I think people just are still grappling with what that is, right? So when you also think about innovation and where that innovation is applicable, and if the whole continent is moving in that direction, how do we then bring that down to the ground so that a young person in Guyana can go, yes, we're going to use crypto to trade our avos on Mango, and this is how it's going to work. So yeah, if both of you can contribute, Jesse, I'll start with you.
Well, I think when you're in university or in academia and so on, there's a lot of research and development complexity. But when you're in the real entrepreneurial world, as a leader, your main task is to simplify, right, to a point that more people can participate. And
simplify.
So simplify, because true leadership is how do you simplify the complexity so that more people can participate. So I think in a sense is that when we grew up, and I grew up in engineering and business management, it's like these complex theories and complex documents and complex models, and but that's just so that you can learn the subject, right? And I think when we get into the real world, we think we have to build all these complex things. But in the reality is you as a leader has to simplify the complexity so that I can have a person in your town making paving blocks out of for a 30% shoe waste to solve our South African problem, and put in pavers for schools that need them. But how do you simplify the model so that they can participate, right? And I think that is what we have to do in line with teaching engineers, teaching doctors, teaching whoever business leaders on how that is such an important part of your responsibility, right? And then allowing participation.
I think just unpacking the blockchain line and how we ended up pushing a utility coin. So we've got these different societies that we're running in different universities.
It's okay. Opa!
I hope you're good. So, yeah, so we've got these different societies, and then with the utility coin, we basically now started allowing students to attend events and Venom and utilize that Venom on campus. So, and again, there's like two things that we're trying to solve. We're trying to push student startups on campus that are accepting this currency. And then on the other side, we're basically trying to push these guys to push more businesses and to get more students active in the programs that we're running on campus. Why attend A if you can attend B and N? Tokens that you can utilize to get your cakes washed on campus, nails done, makeup, and a whole lot of other things that we're pushing with CPUT. To the point where now we're taking this thing to the next level with the BIIC, where we're starting now to integrate payment protocols on campus that really allow students to start undicing and understanding what blockchain is and what interledger is. And these are new technologies. And then we then took it further to pushing your students that are doing graphic design to start understanding what NFT is and how they can basically utilize that. And so the society, I just want to circle back on the importance of pushing these societies on campus. CPUT, you've got your graphic design students doing their final year that have never heard of NFTs before. And this is scary, you know. So your tech clubs that are sitting under BIIC, they are basically now trying to push new technology to students, again, bottom up, just making sure that the guys on the ground, they understand the technology and they know how they can interact and start taking advantage of what's available, and which is definitely something that they're not getting in class.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to two key things that came up today, which was collaboration and co-creation. So what is required should match what we are teaching, and then equally going, what are the needs, right? And I think that was in I think it was Thibault's presentation to say that have we gone out to ask, you know, what is the need, and are we creating to respond and to meet that particular need? I know Tia wants to say something, but I want to open up. Okay, no, that's fine. So I want to open up to the floor. I know there's a question here, and then the gentleman there at the back, and over here. So I'll start. Okay, let me take those first three hands. Is your hand still up, or did you? Me. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so let's start with you.
So, I mean, in working with students, one of the things that we have to understand is if they have not experienced it, how will they know it? And to what extent do we actually engage students in these authentic types of contexts where there is this high innovation, where there is high expectations of self as well? Because I think for many students, they come from a setting where I'll do the minimum because it's all okay. At the same time, how do we enhance all of that? And I'm speaking from experience of taking our students on field trips to... Oh, Mike. I thought my teacher voice was better. Anyway.
The people at home also need to hear you, sorry.
Okay. So it's about the authentic context and the students experiencing it. So we take our students to an NGO, 1,000 Hills Community Helpers, which is such a wonderful social, entrepreneurial type of setting. And the students go there and they say, what? How can this be in the middle of nowhere? It's like a mind-blowing type of experience. And they come back and it's, we've got to do better. So that whole aspect of self, we've got to take our students out of where they are into different spaces, see the world, and come back.
Completely agree. Can you just put your mic on and then ask your question? I believe it's the green button. Yeah, there you go.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. And yeah, thank you to our panelists and our host. Yeah, I just wanted to touch base quickly on the point that which the lady raised earlier on the issue on innovation in our country. Good, why is that we are not focused in terms of your multi-million, multi-dollar projects and stuff. I think it is more difficult actually to think about innovation when one actually does business from an empty stomach. Many of what we call of our entrepreneurs in the townships, besides those that which you are trying to introduce into entrepreneurship at varsity level, because majority of the youth actually are not at that at varsity level. And many of those that which are trying to make ends meet, that level of creativeness that which you are inspiring the youth at varsity level, they are not so privileged to experience that. I think the conversation should be, before we can speak about, I know that there's a language, the language that which is going around currently, the fourth industrial revolution. It is so unfortunate that majority of the population in this country, besides even the youth, has not fully grasped even, some of the innovations that came up with the third industrial revolution, because they are not even participating in that. One of the reasons it can be due to issues of what we call of data. They don't have access into internet, and many other factors that which I can mention. So I'm very much passionate about entrepreneurship. I'm an entrepreneur myself. I've done community work since 2010. I started my entrepreneurship journey from 2016. So my thinking from then and to now, since that I've tasted a bit of money, it's quite different. I can think about innovation now. I can think about such projects, but I'm thinking about those entrepreneurs that which were at that level where I was at about 8 years ago, with no source of income, with basically only the opportunity. I grew up in a mining area. My only opportunities there that I saw as means of making money was participating within the mining space. That was the only thing, and I was not thinking about, in as much as maybe I had a bit of education, and my main concern are those young people that which have not make it out of what you call into varsity or even into college. And I think we should find ways and solutions in which we are going to integrate them to make sure that when we start conversations around the fourth industrial revolution, at least there are systems in place and there are programs in place to assist them, that when we begin the conversations around innovation, even renewable energy, to say. I was in the conference in Santin.
Can I pause you there, just because we have other questions
okay,
in the room
yes.
as well? But
my apologies.
But that was clear. Thank you very much. And then you were the third hand, and then we'll come back to the panel and then go back to the room.
Yes, good afternoon. I'll be straight to the point. I hear my brother over there, but I want to stick to the script. I think the panel was supposed to look at how can universities drive innovation and entrepreneurship. At VETS, our partner, University of Edinburgh, they actually challenge us. They said every year they commercialize more than 100 businesses. And the creation or the birth of unicorns in the last 10 years, there is quite a number. So my even challenge, not just to the panelists, but to even people here, including the academics, in South Africa, is it 26 universities?
26 across the continent, yeah.
Yeah, no,
I'm talking South Africa, yes.
Yeah, in South Africa. How many unicorns have been born out of South African universities in the last decade? Because if we want to talk about economic growth, we're talking about high impact businesses, high growth businesses. Those are the businesses that are going to create the much needed jobs. So while there is space for the microeconomy and the supporting of micro enterprises, there is space for that. But the people who will create jobs for other people are personally, I believe, are the universities. If you look at, you go, the country that has produced the most universities is the USA. Where are those businesses born? They are born at universities. Yeah. So universities are centers of knowledge. And that knowledge then has to be commercialized. So now, my last point is then, what are the universities doing to incentivize students to move into entrepreneurship? One of the presentations from Cape Peninsula, they say, you had 8 businesses. He's left, 3. Some of them, where are they now? They have been lost to jobs. Why? Because there is no incentives. There is no funding or a funder that funds them to grow these enterprises that can create the necessary jobs. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Dr. Tia, I'll leave you to respond to that. And maybe, I don't know if you want to add in anything around the current policies that exist at a university that help or don't help fast-track commercialization. But before you respond, we'll start with the response from Rasuna to the gentleman at the back.
Okay, so just just give a quick overview on what they've spoken to. Yeah, so I think starting from the lady here in green, I think the most important thing is culture. If we want to enhance that mindset, entrepreneurial mindset, means that universities should create a culture, of entrepreneurship. It can be market days where students come sell, whatever the case may be, but we need to start thinking about activities that then breed the entrepreneurial culture. But now, to the question of, it's difficult to innovate, because guys are hungry and so on. I think there's a difference between innovation and now translating innovation into entrepreneurial ventures. I think the best innovation actually comes out of adversity because you don't have any other tools, and that's why you have to innovate, When you grow up in the villages, everyone who comes from a better family has a toy car and all those kind of things. But if you're not coming from an advantaged family, you have to make your own toy car with steel and so on. So innovation actually is born out of adversity. But what then is important that we need to think about in terms of bridging the gap that you're speaking to is now the question of how do we create an enabling environment for innovation then now to be translated into entrepreneurial ventures. Back to basics, Schumpeter. That's where we need to start from. And then now, in the last part, in terms of, the universities playing a role in terms of, incentivizing and so on, back to the basics as well. As I said at the beginning, in order for us to understand what a university can and cannot do, is to understand the university as that particular ecosystem, or rather the geographic location. And now, does the university have resources in order for them to incentivize people to do that? And then now, where does it lead us to? It then leads us to saying, what are the public and private partnerships that we need to establish as universities create an enabling environment? Perhaps CIFA on the other side is coming onto the party and creating funding opportunities for these guys that are coming up with the innovations. So it's more about when we say an ecosystem, when we say we're growing this ecosystem, we don't need to think about the ecosystem within the confinements of a university setting, but we need to think of who else is actually contributing to this particular work that we are doing. And by that way, we'll drive innovation, and as a result, entrepreneurial ventures then are going to be established and jobs are going to be created. That's high impact venture creation for measurable socioeconomic impact. Thank you.
Do any of you have a comment? Yeah?
Yeah. Can I speak now?
Yes, you can.
Great. Colleagues, I think the rule is, if it was easy, then everybody will be doing it. If it was easy, then everybody would be doing it. There isn't a 10-point plan we can disseminate right now to say this is the roadmap to success, because it's not easy. Everybody can't do it. But to come to to the questions around here, and excuse me if I use my hands a lot. The movement is to go from reactive to generative thought. So what is that thing neurologically that I can change within me to spark thought from where I react to something to where I generate something? Now, when I move my thought from reaction to generation in the middle, that thought shift, mind shift, heart shift, is you can measure it. 68 EEG gamma hertz. That you know that feeling when you feel, ooh, nice. That is actually a thrill of inspiration, but it can also be classified as a thrill of innovation. Right. So now we need to move our ecosystems and higher ed and our students together. So let's say we put our student entrepreneur in the center and we classify that as youth. And youth categorically, age 18 to 35. So youth entrepreneur in the middle. And we work with two types of domains. So we got the internal domains, which relates to your psychology or your neurology, and they take it further, psycho-neuro-endocrinology. The combination of your physiology, your neurology and your psychology, which means that you need to literally work everything in yourself together to come up with new thought, which means working in silos, social sciences, engineering, we cannot do it anymore at universities. We need to have that interdisciplinariness, because if we want to generate thoughts from deep within, it's clinically proven there's a deeper shift that needs to take place. So now we've got the internal domain of the student entrepreneur in relation to the external domain. So let's say government agencies, we need to think systems here, right? Mundo systems, where we've got the British Council, macro systems, which is national government, meso systems on the regional level, micro system, which we can call our institutes and organizations. So government agencies, private sector organization agencies, that would be your Chamber of Commerce, other entrepreneurs, communities, large corporations, and then internationalization. So there's 8 elements that will need to work together to support this youth entrepreneur, student entrepreneur 18 to 35, to move from reactive to generative thought, shifting literally shifting the headspace. So Otto Scharmer is saying, and that is linking to what Jesse was saying, we need to put our egos aside and start working. Scharmer's book is called...
Sorry, Dr. Sia, can I just also ask, because I know Jesse has another comment, and there's 3 other hands in the audience.
Ego to eco. And,
like that.
And once there's a shift from ego to eco, within this, maybe we're one step closer to find a way to say, it's not easy, but maybe we can.
It can be done. Yes, Jess.
Just a quick comment on the 2 last responses. So, with my experience, I'm not an academic. We're entrepreneurs working with University of Pretoria, because they have an integrated system where the students have to do exponential learning as part of their qualifications. 200 hours is an incentive in itself, yes. And we as a business is allowing that and not charging that, because we're also getting a benefit from it, is practical, right? So I think if a university is not doing that, they're already doing a disjustice to the student, yes? Coming back to your comment, I agree with you 100%. So why have I got an engineer from KZN working with fashion design students in Pretoria, but they're not working with the engineering division in their own university? That's a question I have for you. Why, when are those egos going to break? Or I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but when are those verticals going to be broken? Because the real world is an ecosystem. It's not a vertical.
And again, I'm just not selling BIIC, but what BIIC has mastered, it's pipeline. And I think we've seen that with a whole lot of incubation programs. They are struggling with pipeline, university incubators themselves, they're struggling with pipeline, simply because students, they don't even know that those services exist on campus. You've got your tier, which is sitting with more than 15 tech stations in universities, and students, they don't even know about tier tech stations, you know. So as much as Standard Bank will go out to get an agency that will market and push their services, universities, they need that, you know. They basically need people who understand students to start selling services that are sitting on their premises, you know. We've got a very active student here, Blessing. So Blessing, I think now he's doing his honors. He'll be doing his honors in electrical engineering. Very active student. So I took a trip around campus, visiting tech stations on campus. 4 years down the line, he has never heard of those tech stations. He doesn't even know how they work. So those are some of the things that you get. You've got Wits University students, they see Tshimologong, but they don't even know what Tshimologong is all about. You know, so I think once we bridge that gap, then you'll start seeing students being active and participating in these activities. It's that easy. I think just, you know, on the final one, just like, you know, wrapping up on this, I think what is more important is everyone should know what they're supposed to do in terms of the university space. You can't expect academics to be running enterprise development, you understand? Academics need to focus on whatever they need to focus on as far as entrepreneurship development is concerned. And then get those who know what enterprise development is about to focus on that, because we want, at the end of the day, how do all these people then work together to ensure that we reach one goal, which is high impact innovations and entrepreneurial ventures. And don't be apologetic, you have to sell your business. It's a good platform.
I love it, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to do a last round of questions. I'm just mindful. So we've got the lady in white over there, the gentleman in black over there, and the gentleman in green. Oh my goodness, there's so many hands. So let's do those three. A sentence, like a very quick sentence. So we'll start with, yes, the lady over here.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to comment on the red tape that there is in universities when it comes to things like this. Like, we come to places like this and they tell us we can do this and this and this, but as soon as you get there, there's so much red tape. And I also think in terms of the course content that the universities offer, they need to start with the basic things, because maybe when you're like 24, you're just only registering your business now. When you go to the bank and you say, oh, I need a loan and stuff like that, they tell you, no, your business should be registered for like 4 to 5 years. So I think the course content is very important, because they teach us some other things, but they don't teach us a lot of things that have to do with compliance.
Yeah.
Because it's very hard for you to get anywhere or to another step if you're not compliant for anything. So I think they should focus on that too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Gentleman in the black.
All right, I'm Blessing, the guy I was talking about. All right, my question actually is to what she was saying. So the project that
And also just ask you to make it concise. Like,
okay.
Yeah.
The project that actually enabled me to be here today, I was told by my supervisor who was giving me that class that I'm too ambitious. So, sorry to circle back to the ecosystem portion. It doesn't only involve students, it also involves the lecturers. So if the lecturers don't push this initiative of creating an entrepreneurial ecosystem, because it can't be an entrepreneurial ecosystem if it's only students who are becoming entrepreneurs and there's only one person who is pushing it. So how can you change the mindset of lecturers to also push the initiative? And also, I did my honors. I only started learning about entrepreneurship in honors level. And yeah, okay, that's cool.
Thank you for circling back to ecosystem, because that is what this conversation is about. Gentleman in the green.
Yeah, hi, so good afternoon, everyone. So I just want to echo on the gentleman's sentiment and this lady here about the red tapes and the privileges, you know.
Is it a new question? Because if it's echoing, can I just take somebody else's question?
No, it's just a statement and then a question.
Can I ask you to ask your question?
Okay, let me go to the question. Yeah, I just want to know, like, what can be done at the university level to make sure that there's a bridge of a gap between informal economy and the formal economy, so that we make sure that there's deregulations, removal of red tapes that are like hindering entrepreneurs to actually get into the space of expressing their innovations and everything. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. Then I'll ask the gentleman behind you.
Good afternoon. Yeah. Okay, my question is, how do we provide support to students who have ideas but are not able to come forward with the ideas? There are students who overthink. They're already thinking of reasons as to
Why
failure and stuff like that. So how do we accommodate those students and have them come forward and actually share their ideas and actually develop something?
Cool. Thank you so much. Dr. Thea, can I come to you first about the red tape issue, because you are at a university. So if you can respond to the comment around the red tape and the comment on teaching entrepreneurship earlier, so that someone's not just hearing about the concept by the time they're ready to graduate. On the microphone.
I was deep in thought looking at our project manager, Lindsay, sitting there, just cracking a big smile, because that's the story of her day. Red tape. I'm 23 years in higher education. It's been a problem then. It's a problem now. Issue is we work in a bureaucracy and we work with public funds. And we keep on having these conversations. And at the end of the day, when we walk out of this and we say, we need less tape, there's a next management meeting to say, let's put these new control processes in place. So this is many decades. The thing that we always encourage is the levels within the university. So where you experience the red tape, can the colleagues that put up their hands on the red tape, I just want to look at you. Never think where you are that you will not be welcome at your DVC's or Vice Chancellor's office. Take your things to your DVC. Richard spoke this morning on national level and entrepreneurial universities that needs to be created. So national mandate is to make entrepreneurial universities and make it accessible. We need to have those difficult conversations with our leadership and say, but this and this and this and this, it really makes me difficult for me. We all work towards national mandate, but I cannot do my job because this red tape is hindering to do my job. We want to align to national vision. Go and have that go and have that difficult conversations. And the responsibility is on each of us to speak to our line managers, take it up into the next management, higher up, to continuously raise the awareness. And if we don't say, it's too much, and come up with a different solution in your space, tailor to your space, how are they going to change it? Go and have the difficult conversations.
And then the learning, and I know that's one of the things that you guys were looking at in terms of the curriculum. Is that a red tape thing to also then start teaching the things that actually matter when you're running a business earlier versus when you're close to graduating, and across industries as well, right? So it shouldn't just be the entrepreneurship or business management students, but those studying medicine.
We need to confuse the different types of red tape. So there's the red tape within the higher education space, and then the higher education work with public funds. And then we need to think of projects like this, which is also public funded, but it's a third stream income to the university, also with some red tape. And then we need to think, right, am I starting my business self-funded or in partnership with somebody, and then sources of funding? And you really need to go and sit and draw your business model canvas and think, okay, where's my revenue streams? And then the red tape to it. If I'm going to ask Jesse for funds, maybe he's going to take out $10 and give it to me. Easy. If I'm going to ask Ulepa, give me that 10 rand, it might come in my bank account end of next month because of all the paperwork. So identify the revenue sources and then the red tape, and then perhaps categorize, Shoo, it's difficult to get revenue streams from here, red tape, easier, and so on. Yeah. Angela looked like she really wants to say something.
Creativity amongst our academia.
Yes. Creativity amongst academia was the comment there. So I think Jesse has his hand up to respond as well, but she'd also like to bring you in on this because I know you work with creatives and kind of going on the gentleman's question on how do we get people to come forward with their ideas. I don't know if you guys have any experience in that space as well, where someone goes, I think this is great, but maybe not for me, or I'm not good enough? Jesse?
So I think, firstly, we have to be in the reality that we are not a diamond economy. So if there's universities overseas that are doing thousands of enterprises out of their university, if I was in the US and I was a social entrepreneur, they'll give me $1 million to start it, even if the university came up with a good idea, right? But I think in South Africa, we are a obtuse triangle, right? Let's face the reality. Let's not be silly. So if you want a multinational organization to fund your project, you as a university must be able to have the innovation in managerial finance, the work in technology, the work in design, and make sure that your entire faculties are working together as a business that can get that funding. Because me as a business and entrepreneur will give you the money if you're capable of doing it yourself. And you'll get the money because there is an abundance of money. But then you need to be capable to deliver the goods and think like an entrepreneur as a university. And that's my 2 cents worth here.
Thank you. So again, some of the programs that we did at CPUT to pull students, to some of the events, it's really running things like your game nights, your movie nights, poetry sessions, and all those things that you know that they're going to pull big numbers. And then we start using those programs to start promoting our BIIC programs, and we had like a massive success. And again, we started with just a clean pushing entrepreneurship on campuses from 2015. The moment you start introducing your creative societies mixed, like baked into that, our numbers started pushing up. And again, just the clean entrepreneurship, it's boring. It's like you won't get numbers, But the moment you start meeting students where they are, speaking their language, and then you will start seeing numbers. Yeah. And those are some of the things that we've been doing at BIIC, but we're basically scaling that program, technopreneurship, across 2,800 universities in the continent, and then with a massive demand from your HBCUs. Again, there's something that we're doing right at BIIC, and hence there's a demand. Thank you.
And with that, I'm also hoping you're including the lecturers as well. So that when the students go, hey, I'm building this business, the lecturer's like, yes, you can do it. Colleagues, we are running over time, but I just want to ask permission if we can just go 10 minutes additional over time. And then that will allow me to just get Shemaine's question. There's no red tape. There's just everyone's comfort to, I know some people might be running to the airport, but there were 2 more hands that I saw. So one question over there, and then the gentleman over there to ask his question, and then we're done. Shemaine, can you just lift your microphone in front of you?
Thank you. So it was quite interesting to be here and listen to all of the showcasing and just some reflective comments, quick ones. But to start where some of the points that came up is that we need to understand how to build cultures, and that cultures change through a theory of change. And that happens in little points, little connecting dots, which is starting here today. And what I found interesting is that with some of the showcasing, the innovation focus was on the product or the service or the itself. And yet some of them in the room looked at the process of developing it and found the spaces for change. You found a space for change to change a proposal for research. Somebody else, I think it was MUT, found the space or the gap in the readiness program for employability. So the thing is, the point I want to make is, unfortunately though, that many of the people who are leading on this do not have the skills and competencies. So in addition to what we're doing, we need to start to expand our understanding, excuse me, of what is needed in terms of competencies for our academics, for our professionals, for all of those things. And so too often we are looking at the innovation itself, but to change culture is starting to relook at how we incentivize people who work in the space, start to look at how we expand the competencies, because what is an innovative entrepreneurial academic? And do we have a program for that? And so my advice is, I worked in a university for 10 years, and that's how I started going grey. So, is that if we have those skills, somebody talked about the D theory, looking at design, looking at user. It's all part of the users of a system. It's all part of us having a lens to look at when we see a problem, what is the opportunity here, and how do we get around it? So sometimes you don't have to take on the big fight, but look at what is the small wins that you can have that sets a precedent for other things, and learn how to speak in the language.
Yeah.
And so the big challenge for us at universities is how we move from bureaucracies to innovative cultures, which is going to be a long walk. Because, and I just want to add, 10 years ago when I headed the Center for Entrepreneurship at Wits Business School, none of the universities had entrepreneurship and innovation, the words in their strategy. Now if you look at all of the strategies, the words are there. The culture and the resources are not there. So it's just the next phase of change, and all of us are those change makers.
Indeed we are. Thank you so much. Quick question over here.
Very good afternoon, everyone. So I think for me, as also been someone that has been through incubation programs, and as well as someone that is also mentoring other entrepreneurs, I think the base problem is basically the base of the ecosystem. If you get to a point and people, and as well as we can't expect that all entrepreneurs are in university. I believe that majority of them aren't in university. And you get to someone that has a brilliant idea like a cashless payment solution, but they do not know how to go about with it. They need a business plan. They need to know how to pitch. They need to know financial literacy. And we're speaking about people that are on the ground that have very brilliant ideas, but we're not empowered enough to be taught about, okay, this is how you do financial literacy. You have to actually go through idea phase and actually see if it's actually feasible to actually do your business. Now we're just jumping into concepts, and we're jumping because we have good ideas. And I believe that's why we're not brewing, for lack of a better word, COVID-proof, pandemic-proof inventions. And that's what we need in order for our country to pivot and our continent to pivot, is to produce innovations that they can pivot. So in closing, I'd just like to ask the universities, is it not possible that we can look into having a department outside of the university that will cater specifically for entrepreneurs and not university students? Thank you.
Good question. Thank you.
I think just to answer your question in terms of a department, I think it exists by the name of the Department of Small Business Development. So I think perhaps the question that we need to be asking ourselves is it an effective department or is it not an effective department? But it exists, just to answer your question, starting from there. But now, just coming down to, just a few things. And I think I should, to those that are young as I am, I think we should caution ourselves around understanding innovation. There is innovation and there are digital innovations, digital technologies and so on. Everyone now, when we think about innovation, everyone is developing an app somewhere in the corner there, and they want to enter into the market. I would like us to take ourselves back into understanding the basics of what innovation is. And then now, coming to the issue of, red tape, obviously today we cannot be defining that because of time. But now, coming down to the issues of red tape, just to make, my 2 cents, I think the most important thing in addressing red tape issues is that if you are to go as a student and say that the university IP framework does not enable me to do my innovation and so on, I don't think they're going to listen to you that much. So what is important is, as students within the universities, we need to try and create communities where we get to represent our own interests and views to these kind of structures. It's either at council level. If there's an entrepreneurship a community for students, it's easier for you then to go and say, we request a seat on council to speak around these kind of matters and so on. And you see whether that is going to work or not, starting by just those kind of activations. But now, just on the last one, the issue of, pitching, like how do you step out, and all those kind of things. I mean, it just starts with yourself and also just saying, relocating, and squeeze us in, and all those kind of things. But on the other end, what we need to do is, I think we need to change the idea of pitching to fit the context of where we live in. Pitching works better in the American, European, state of things because everyone is busy there. The executive is walking in a lift and now you're told that, tell me this thing in 3 minutes, in 30 seconds and so on. By the time the lift arrives, I need to have understood what you are saying. Think about it. I went to school in Giani, in Limpopo. It was even difficult for us to go and do prepared speech. Then how then do I now immediately now, because I'm presenting a business, how am I able to now present this business in just 30 seconds like that? So I think what we need to do, and you would find that there's someone actually, when you are playing, this person is holding the center, they are telling a story, but when you say stand up, do prepared speech, they can't, but now everyone is listening when they're playing. This person is just like holding us, they're telling a story. So I think we need to understand what is the context of our society. Are we creating environments where people are just sitting, relaxed, and they're talking ideas and how they can contribute to each other's ideas? So I think we just need to change how we do things, Afrocentric, and also not forgetting technology-driven, and then also understanding the economic structures. He spoke very well about our socio-economic context. We can't expect everything that the Americans are doing because it won't work here. But how do we leverage on what we have? That is where innovation begins. And all of us are capable of that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's an excellent point, and I think that really comes back to African universities leading innovation and entrepreneurship, that a big part of how we lead is saying, what does this contextually look like for us, and how do we apply that in our context? We're going to wrap up our panel, so I'm going to allow everybody just one final closing remark. Jessie, I think that was your closing remark. That sounded very drop the mic-ish, So Jessie, I'll allow you your response, but before Jessie responds, I do want to say that if anybody in the room is interested in practicing how you pitch. We at Mentor are hosting Pizza and Pitch on Monday night. So our first one is this coming Monday. So if you check it out on our Instagram, you'll see the details for that. But it's Pizza and Pitch, okay? And our page is Mentor, so MENTHER, and you'll find the details there. Jesse.
Okay, so I think I was also quite tough on universities and how they should change, but I also think that entrepreneurs also need to be also mindful that if you work in a university, you have your own goals from getting to a certain level, to a professor or to whatever. So you have your own innate goals. So you're protecting your space, your innovation, your IP. IP in my life is like I think when I think of IP, I think ignorant people, because that kind of holds back a student that's come up with something that could really be the unicorn, right? But of course, the academia is protecting it for their own goals, and we have to also be mindful of that, and also not ignorant, that we understand that and we appreciate that, and we also support whatever their goals are. And then we have to come up with ideas of how we can work together to get to the reality of getting the unicorns out. Yeah.
Thank you very much. For my closing remarks, I want to give away tools. My book, Effective Youth Entrepreneurship, is new. It's available online, 400 pages with tools for free. When we developed the book, it was created to make it accessible and give the knowledge away for free. Please check out the book, Effective Youth Entrepreneurship. I am concerned that when we speak to university students in a place of knowledge, they say we need more. We need access to more information. And in a place where we form network partners, people are saying, but we need more network partners. So I want to provide this tool. Please go and access it and look at the tools section. And my call to action to you is, draw a circle with yourself on the inside, and then draw your ecosystem. Draw 8 blocks. The first block, you write internationalization, and you write the name, the phone number, and the emails of the international people that you made contact with today. It must be there. They're part of your ecosystem. The next one is large corporations. Name, phone number, emails. Who's the contacts that you got in large corporations? Other entrepreneurs. Name, phone number, emails. People in your communities, their names, number, and phone numbers. Government agencies, And private sector agencies, same thing. Write down who you know, and if you don't know, go and look them up. You must start, if you wonder, where can I access information and who's the people in my ecosystem, go and draw your youth entrepreneur support network, write the name and phone numbers down for yourself, get the information, and go. Take action. Thank you.
Thank you. In closing, I would like to thank British Council for funding the IAU program, and for universities, I think to really, because what I heard today, it was red tape, red tape, red tape. I think to address that, you can speak to Dr. Dako, Professor Dako, who has basically mastered again the model of overcoming that at CPUT, and then we're basically replicating that to different universities. And then for students, we're setting up technopreneurship societies, and then we've got a tour starting in March. We're basically doing 10 countries across the continent. We're starting with 3 universities in SA. CPUT, DUT, TUT, and then post that it's other 9 African countries. So look out for those things, and then we're basically again unpacking for IR and opportunities within that, moving with investors who are willing again to inject resources in those subsectors. Thank you.
Awesome. Chitso, Dr. Tia, Jesse, Risuna, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. Please find them outside in the lobby, get their contact details, follow them on Instagram, LinkedIn, all those pages, and also their businesses as well, so that you can see what they're doing and plug in. Please give them a wonderful round of applause. You're starting with it. And then, that was the punchline, but
Yes, and oftentimes, if you don't ask, you never know, right? Before we run out of here, I'd like to ask Olipa to please come up to the stage. She's a higher education project manager here at the British Council, just to say thank you, and anything else that's important that we need to know. Maybe there's monies to be given away. Maybe there's who knows. Please give Olipa a round of applause.
From my side, I'm just going to do a quick thank you note to everyone who's here, but bringing it back to the showcase, I think we've done such a great work for network partners. We started this journey 2 years ago. 18. Some of you have gone through the process for 18 months, some 2 years. We've been to your universities, you welcomed us, and we've been working together, different challenges, trying to solve them. Others were not solved, but here we are. So I'm really excited at what we've achieved so far. So from the British Council, I would like to just give some quick thank yous to the people that were here. First of all, the EDHE team, Richard, he's left already, and yeah, would like to thank EDHE for being here as well, because most of this network, it's connected to EDHE as well. So, and IAU network partners, University of Johannesburg, University of Witwatersrand, University of KwaZulu-Natal, Mangosuthu University of Technology, Cape Peninsula University of Technology, University of Free State, Stellenbosch University, Central University of Technology, Durban University of Technology. We thank you for being here and showcasing the products and projects that were developed under IAU, and to everyone else who has not been to the stand. I think most of the stands, they're still there. Please go ahead and find out what the IAU project is about. And for those universities that are here and they are not part of IAU, please look out for our future work as well, so that we can work together and make sure that all the universities in South Africa are taking part and part of this network going forward. So from that, I would like to thank Ntiki for being our awesome MC today. Thank you so much, Ntiki, for being here as well. And to everyone else, thanks for coming through and making this day what it has been. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much to Alipa, everybody, and thank you so much to you for being here today. Thank you for joining the conversation, sharing your insights. We really appreciate it. And to everybody who's watching at home, thank you. I know we have somebody who's joining from Nigeria, from Kenya, from Mpumalanga, and around South Africa. We appreciate every single one of you who's made the time to be with us throughout the entire live stream. Much appreciated. And that is it. I apologize we ran out of it over time, but I think it was a good time. And there was really good insights. And a quote I'd like to share by Dante, I can't even say his surname, but he says that the secret of getting things done is to act. Yes. So act, okay? We've identified issues, we've had certain things resonate in the room. Let the conversation not end here. Go back to your institutions, your corporates, your startups, whatever it is, and take action. And once again, I'd like you to go and write on the post-its at the reception desk. Tell us, yes, the feedback, but also what is your one commitment, okay? So when you leave here today, what's the one gap that you have seen where you can go, I can change that space by doing this particular thing? And let's see where we land. But I look forward to seeing you at the next one of these things. I know there's another one happening in March with the international partners. And then just to let you know, we will be sending out the presentations and some of the posters as well. So I know the people online weren't able to see the posters. We'll share those with you. And then we are putting together a booklet. So thank you so much to the IAU Network partners for sending through your information for that. The decision was made to have that actually be part of the bigger showcase with the other partners. So that will be coming your way once it is published. Otherwise, from me and Sigim Keith, it's been an absolute pleasure to host you today. Thank you so much. And we will be networking. There is cocktails and yummy things where we had lunch. So please make your way outside, network at the stand, take pictures, and remember, please tag us and hashtag Unite to Grow and hashtag IAU. Travel safely, and we'll see you at the next British Council event. Good evening. Thanks.